Hello and thank you for choosing this clean Amish romance from Sarah Miller. Before we begin, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Your support helps us keep sharing more wonderful stories for free. Settle in as you step into a peaceful Amish community where faith is strong, hearts are open, and love finds its way. Enjoy. Copyright Sarah Miller. A Prayer for Rose by Sarah Miller. Chapter 1. The buggy wheels turned in perfect rhythm as Marlin Botranger pulled into the Zook farm, Lucinda Yoder seated beside him with her hands folded neatly in her lap. Rose Esch watched from the edge of the gathering, her fingers loosening and tightening around her own apron strings. They looked right together. Everyone said so. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Zook yard, and the first green shoots of spring poked through the dark earth along the fence line. Somewhere nearby, a rooster crowed, its voice carrying clear and sharp across the farmland. The air held that particular quality of early April. It was cool enough for a shawl but warm enough to promise better days ahead. Lucinda's cap sat crisp and white against her dark hair, and when she smiled at Marlin, that quick, practiced smile, several of the younger girls nudged each other. Rose turned away before anyone could catch her staring. She had no business watching them like this, marking every small gesture between them as if taking inventory of things she could never have. The Sunday singing would begin soon. Already the benches were filling, young men on one side and young women on the other, voices rising in the kind of restless chatter that always preceded the hymns. Rose found her place near the back, where the shadows from the barn eaves fell cool across her shoulders. Rose. Her ma'am's voice cut through the low hum of conversation. Bertha Esch stood 3 rows up, patting the bench beside her with the flat of her hand. Up here. Rose's stomach tightened. Sitting near the front meant being seen. It meant having nowhere to hide when the singing ended, and the young men began seeking out the young women for conversation, for walks, for the quiet negotiations that led to courtship. She moved forward anyway, settling beside her ma'am with her eyes fixed on the worn wood of the bench ahead. "You look peaked," Bertha said, not in a whisper. Bertha didn't whisper. "Did you eat this morning?" Ma'am." "Not enough, I'd wager." Rose didn't answer. Across the barn, Marlin was helping Lucinda settle onto a bench, his hand hovering near her elbow without quite touching it. The gesture was gentle, familiar, the kind of thing a man did for the woman he intended to marry. He smiled before leaving her and joining the men on the other side of the room. The first hymn began. Rose opened her mouth and let the words pour out, grateful for the excuse not to think. The old German syllables rolled through the barn like water over stones, wearing smooth the edges of the afternoon. She sang until her throat ached, until the light through the barn slats shifted from gold to amber, until the final note faded and the silence that followed pressed heavy against her chest. The gathering broke apart slowly, as it always did. The older folk moved toward the house for coffee while the younger ones lingered, pairing off in 2s and 3s. Rose stayed on the bench longer than she should have, watching Marlin. He stood apart from Lucinda now, talking with Reuben Byler about something that made them both frown. Probably the weather, or the crops, or the rising price of feed. Safe things. The kind of things men talked about when they didn't want to reveal what was actually on their minds. Rose. Her ma'am again, closer now. Bertha's hand closed around Rose's wrist and tugged her to her feet. "Walk with me." They moved away from the barn, past the knots of young people, past the porch where the older women were already settling into their chairs. Bertha didn't speak until they were out of earshot, until the crunch of their shoes on the gravel path was the only sound. You're 26, Bertha said. Rose's jaw tightened. I know how old I am, ma'am. She'd been dreading this talk for weeks. It came cyclic like seasons, only more often. 26 and not a single young man has come calling. Not one, Rose. In 3 years. 4. The word slipped out before Rose could stop it. It was 4 years since her grossmammy had grown too ill to be left alone. It had been 4 years of bedside vigils and long nights and the slow, steady work of caring for someone who was fading. By the time her grossmammy passed, Rose was 24 and the courting years had slipped away like water through her fingers. She didn't regret it. Those years were full of love, laughter, and the kind of service that made her life better as much as it helped her grossmammy. It had been an honor to be with her and to help her through that time. Bertha's grip on her wrist loosened, but her eyes stayed sharp. I won't have you left behind. I'm not left behind. She didn't believe the words, but what could she do? You are. Bertha stopped walking, turning to face Rose full on. You think I don't see it? The way you hold back? The way you step aside whenever another girl walks into the room? Heat climbed Rose's neck. I'm not holding back. There's simply no one who. What could she say? Who what? Who notices you? Bertha's voice dropped, not softer but lower, the way it always did when she was about to say something Rose wouldn't want to hear. You make yourself invisible, Doctor. You stand in corners. You leave rooms before conversations can begin. You scowl and avoid eye contact, and then you wonder why no one comes calling. Rose's throat closed around whatever response she might have offered. The evening air was cooling now, the sun sinking toward the tree line, and somewhere behind them the sound of laughter rose and fell. Young people, enjoying themselves. Living lives that came so easily to everyone but her. I have to go, she managed. I told Susan I would help with the food. Susan is married now. She has Reuben to help her. Bertha caught Rose's arm again. You're not a girl anymore, Rose. You can't keep waiting for something to happen. Sometimes a woman has to make her own way. Rose pulled free. Not roughly, she never did anything roughly, but firmly enough that Bertha's hand fell away. I'm not waiting for anything, ma'am. I'm just living my life the only way I know how. The lie tasted bitter on her tongue. She turned and walked back toward the barn, her steps quick and even, her chin lifted just enough to suggest she wasn't fleeing even though she absolutely was. Marlin caught her eye as she passed. He stood alone now, Reuben having wandered off toward his new frock, and something in his expression made Rose slow her steps. His hands were shoved deep in his pockets, the way they always were when he was uncomfortable, and his dark eyes tracked her approach with an intensity that made her stomach flip. Rose. His voice came out rough, as if the word had to fight its way past something in his throat. I didn't. Are you leaving? Jaw. She stopped a few feet away, close enough to see the tension in his jaw but not close enough to seem forward. Ma'am is ready to go. Already? He glanced toward Bertha, who was still standing where Rose had left her, watching them both. The singing only just ended. Rose shrugged, a small motion that she hoped looked casual. She has things to do. We both do. Right. Marlin's hands emerged from his pockets, then disappeared again. Right, of course. I wanted to say, he broke off, his gaze sliding away from hers. Toward the porch. Toward Lucinda, who was watching them from the corner of her eye while pretending to listen to Betty Glick prattle on about something. The flutter in Rose's chest went still. Of course. He was uncomfortable because he was standing here talking to her when his girl was waiting. Rose stepped back, putting more distance between them. "Thank ye for the singing," she said, though that made nae sense. He hadn't led it, hadn't even sat near her during it. The words came out anyway, filling the silence the way words always did when she didn't know what else to say. "I hope you have a gut week, Rose." But she was already moving, already weaving through the thinning crowd toward where her ma'am stood with arms crossed and lips pressed thin. Behind her, she heard Marlin say something else, but the words were lost beneath the clatter of buggy wheels and the low murmur of goodbyes. The ride home was silent. Bertha drove the horse with steady hands while Rose sat rigid beside her, watching the familiar landscape slide past. Fields were ready for spring planting. The Glick farm's fences needed mending. The Yoder farm, where Lucinda would return later tonight after Marlin drove her home, where she would sleep in a warm bed knowing she was chosen, wanted, claimed. Rose pressed her hands flat against her thighs and willed herself not to think about it. When they stepped inside the house, Rose heard movement from the kitchen. She rounded the corner and stopped. Henry Wagler sat at the kitchen table, a mug of coffee between his weathered hands, his hat resting on the bench beside him. Why was he here? This elder man, a widower. For a second her ear hammered. Her ma'am couldn't be thinking of marrying her to Henry? Chapter 2. Rose's heart was pounding, she felt weak and grabbed for a chair. The world seemed to stop. It was not that she disliked Henry. He was just old. He sat, his back straight, and his hands bore the calluses of a craftsman. He looked up as Rose entered, and something in his expression made her pulse quicken. "Bertha." He nodded at her ma'am. "Rose." "Henry." Bertha moved past Rose with more energy than she'd shown all afternoon. "You got my message." "I did." Henry's gaze flicked to Rose as he gave her a smile. Nay, she didn't want this. She scowled at him, and there was a touch of humor in his eyes. How dare he? Did he think she would marry him? A flush of shame passed over her. Henry was a gut man. If this were to be her future, would it be so bad? Marlin's face flashed before her eyes. Henry looked back at Bertha. "I brought what you asked for." He nodded toward an object. Rose followed his gaze, toward the far wall of the kitchen, where a shape sat draped beneath a canvas cover. It was large. Rectangular. Familiar in a way that made her blood run cold. "Ma'am." Her voice came out thin. "What is this?" Bertha was already moving toward the covered shape, her hands pulling at the canvas with quick, efficient motions. The fabric fell away, revealing wood so dark and rich it drank in the fading light. Dovetail joints. Iron hinges. A carved wheat sheaf on the lid that Rose had seen before, on other chests, in other homes. It was a hope chest. Henry Wagler's hope chests were famous in Faith's Creek. Not because of their craftsmanship, though that was fine enough, but because of what came with them. The prayers. The notes he wrote to his late Fra, Mary, asking God to guide the young women who received his chests toward the love they were meant to find. Susan had received one before her wedding to Reuben. Emma before her wedding to Daniel. Both of Henry's doctors received a chest, and both were now happily married. Both were seen as proof that Henry's prayers held some kind of power. Rose's hands were cold. "You asked him to make this," she said. Not a question. For me. I did. Bertha didn't look away from the chest, her fingers tracing the grain of the wood. 3 weeks ago. Without telling me. Would you have agreed if I'd asked? Rose's jaw clenched. Nay. Then I did what needed to be done. Bertha finally turned, and her eyes held what anyone else might have called pity. From Bertha, it looked more like determination. You've stopped hoping, Doctor. I see it in you. The way you've accepted this half-life, this waiting without expecting anything to come. I won't watch you fade. I want more than anything for you to be happy. I'm not waiting, I've not lost hope. You are, and you have. Bertha stepped closer, lowering her voice. And maybe this will change nothing. Maybe you'll open that chest and find nothing but wood and prayers and empty promises. But at least you'll have tried. At least you'll have given God a chance to work. Henry stood silent through all of this, his hat in his hands, his eyes fixed on a point somewhere beyond them both. He looked uncomfortable, Rose thought. As uncomfortable as Marlin had looked back at the singing, standing there with his words stuck in his throat. I should go, Henry said quietly. Unless you need help carrying it anywhere. We'll manage. Bertha was already calculating angles, already planning how to get the chest upstairs. Denki, Henry. For everything. He nodded once, set down his mug, and collected his hat from the bench. Rose listened to his boots cross the kitchen floor, heard the front door open and close, heard the crunch of gravel as he walked across the yard, and then the sound of hooves as his buggy departed on the lane. Then she turned and looked at the hope chest that was apparently hers now. It was beautiful. Even as angry as she was, she couldn't deny that. The wood glowed warm in the light from the lamps, and the wheat sheaf carving caught shadows that made it seem almost alive. Inside, she knew, there would be a prayer. Henry's words, written to a woman who was no longer living, asking for something Rose had stopped believing she deserved. Help me carry it, Bertha said. Rose didn't move. Rose. You had no right. The words came out flat, heavy with a hurt she couldn't quite name. Asking him to do this. Deciding for me. Bertha's expression didn't soften. I had every right. I'm your ma'am. I didn't want this. I know. Bertha moved to one end of the chest and waited. But sometimes what we want and what we need are different things. I should have gotten you a hope chest years ago. We should have been filling it each year. Maybe this is my fault as much as yours. Maybe we both gave up. Now help me carry it up those stairs and set it in your room. Rose stared at her ma'am, her chest aching with things she didn't know how to say. The evening had grown quiet around them, the last of the light fading from the sky, and somewhere in the distance a dog barked once and then fell silent. Up the stairs, Rose knew, her room waited. The bed she'd slept in since kinderhood. The quilt her grossmammy had pieced together the winter before she took ill. The window looked out over fields that never changed, not once in all the years Rose had been alive. Everything was the same. Everything was exactly as it had always been. Except now there would be a hope chest at the foot of her bed. A prayer she hadn't asked for. A question she wasn't ready to answer. She moved to the other end of the hope chest and lifted. Together, they carried it to her room. Chapter 3. Rose woke before dawn. She lay still in the dark, listening to the silence of the house around her. Outside, the first birds were beginning to stir, their sleepy chirps drifting through the thin walls. Her ma'am would be up soon, starting the fire in the kitchen, putting the coffee on. The morning would unfold the way mornings always did, in a quiet and orderly fashion, exactly the same as every morning that had come before. Except the hope chest sat at the foot of her bed, a shadow among shadows. Rose hadn't been able to see it when she'd climbed under the covers last night, but she'd known it was there. Had felt its presence like a weight pressing against her chest, making her breath come shallow and uneven, even as she willed herself towards sleep. Now, in the gray light that preceded sunrise, she could make out its shape. The curved lid. The iron hinges. The wheat sheaf carving caught what little light came through the window and held it like a promise. Or a demand. Rose pushed back the quilts and swung her feet to the floor. The boards were cold beneath her toes, the spring chill not yet chased away by the sun that hadn't risen. She should dress. Should go downstairs and help with breakfast, the way she did every morning. She should pretend that nothing had changed, that the hope chest was just another piece of furniture, that her ma'am's interference hadn't scraped raw wound Rose had been ignoring for years. Instead, she knelt before the chest and lifted the lid. The hinges moved smoothly and silently, well-oiled. Inside, the wood gleamed dark and rich. The chest was empty except for a single folded piece of paper resting against the bottom. Henry's handwriting showed through the cream-colored sheet, the letters small and precise. Rose's hands trembled as she reached for it. She told herself it was just the cold. Just the early hour, the lack of sleep, the strangeness of this moment. But when her fingers closed around the paper, and she felt how soft it was, how worn, as if Henry had folded and unfolded it many times before placing it here, her throat went tight with something that had nothing to do with temperature. She sat back on her heels and unfolded the note. My dearest Mary, I write this for Rose with a careful hand, because she's learned to be quiet. She's been faithful in small, unseen ways for so long that I fear she believes this is all she is meant for. She steps aside easily. She makes room for others. She tells herself that waiting is the same as calling, even when her heart grows tired. If she's standing back because she believes love belongs to someone else, I pray she will be given truth. If she's remaining silent because she thinks she's not chosen, I pray she will be shown otherwise. I ask God to guard her from the lie that being overlooked means being unworthy. Let her not mistake kindness for consolation, or friendship for the absence of love. And if there is a man whose heart has been shaped quietly to fit hers, give him the courage to speak plainly, even if his words are imperfect. I confess my own fear as well. I have seen too many gut women accept less because they didn't wish to disturb what others expected. I pray Rose won't shrink herself to keep the peace. If marriage is meant for her, let it come not as something borrowed or second best, but as something freely given and gladly received. And if it is not, then let her still know she's fully seen. Watch over her, Mary. Teach her that waiting doesn't mean she's been passed by. All my love, Henry. A sound escaped Rose's throat when she finished. Small and wounded, the kind of sound she never let herself make. One line kept pressing against her, sharper than the rest. She believes this is all she is meant for. Her throat tightened around it like a fist closing. She pressed her free hand against her mouth, but it was too late. The tears were already falling, blurring the careful letters, and her chest was so constricted she could barely breathe. The words rearranged themselves into accusations she'd been avoiding for years. Being overlooked means being unworthy. She had believed that. Had built her whole life around that belief, brick by careful brick, until the walls were so high she couldn't see over them anymore. She couldn't remember what it felt like to hope for something other than the quiet acceptance she'd taught herself to call contentment. She tells herself that waiting is the same as calling. The tears came then, hot and silent, sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto the paper. Rose wiped them away with the heel of her hand, afraid of smudging Henry's careful letters, afraid of damaging the only thing in this room that understood what she couldn't say out loud. She was 26 years old. She had spent 4 years caring for a grandmother who was dying and then 2 more years caring for a mother who wouldn't stop pushing. All of it, every quiet dinner, every Sunday singing where she stood at the edges, every moment when other women found what she'd stopped believing she deserved, all of it had led her here. To a hope chest she hadn't asked for. A prayer she wasn't sure she believed in. A question she was terrified to answer. Who is there for me? The words spilled out, and once spoken, she couldn't take them back. She needed to say them to someone. Needed to hear them spoken aloud, even if the answer was silence. Marlin. The thought came without warning, and Rose's cheeks flushed even in the empty room. Marlin Botranger was Lucinda's. Had been for nearly 2 years now, steady and reliable and exactly what a gut Amish girl should want in a husband. He was kind to Rose, he was kind to everyone, but his kindness was nothing special. Nothing that belonged to her alone. Still. He was safe. He was familiar. He wouldn't laugh at her or pity her or tell anyone else what she'd said. And right now, with Henry's words burning against her palms and her heart cracked open in ways she didn't know how to close, Rose needed someone who wouldn't make it worse. She dressed quickly, her fingers clumsy with the pins of her dress, her hair twisted up beneath her cap with less care than usual. Downstairs, she could hear her ma'am moving around the kitchen, the clatter of pots, and the scrape of the stove door. If Rose were quiet, she could slip out before Bertha noticed. She could be halfway to the Botranger farm before anyone knew she was gone. The back door creaked as she opened it, and Rose froze with one foot on the threshold. Going somewhere? Bertha's voice came from the kitchen doorway, her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee, her eyes sharp despite the early hour. Rose clutched the note tighter against her chest. I need to walk. At this hour? Bertha's gaze dropped to the paper in Rose's hands, and something in her expression softened. Not much, Bertha didn't soften much, but enough that understanding showed in her eyes. Don't be long, Bertha said finally. Breakfast will be ready soon. Rose nodded once and slipped outside. The morning air was cool and damp, the grass wet beneath her shoes, the sky turning pink and gold at the edges as the sun crept toward the horizon. Rose walked quickly, her skirt swishing against her ankles, the note pressed tight against her ribs where no one could see it. The Botranger farm was a 20-minute walk from the Esch place. Rose had made it before, plenty of times, to visit Marlin and often Lucinda or to help with quilting bees or simply because she needed somewhere to be that wasn't home. She knew the path so well she could have walked it blind. The route led past the Miller pasture, over the creek where the footbridge rattled, and through the stand of maples that marked the property line. She found Marlin in the barn, forking hay into the horse stalls with the kind of focused attention that made it clear he hadn't noticed her approach. His hat was pushed back on his head, and his shirt sleeves were rolled to his elbows, and when he turned and saw her standing in the doorway, his whole body went still. Rose. Her name came out rough, surprised. What are you doing here this early? Is everything all right? The word was automatic, meaningless. Rose stepped forward, into the warm dimness of the barn, and tried to remember why she'd come. Nay. I don't know. Marlin set down the pitchfork and wiped his hands on his trousers. His eyes were dark and serious, fixed on her face with an intensity that made her skin prickle. What happened? My ma'am. Rose's voice cracked on the word. She held up the folded note, and even in the low light, Marlin's expression changed, recognition flickering across his face. She asked Henry to make me a hope chest. I heard. He took a step closer, then stopped, his hands hanging awkwardly at his sides. Lucinda told me. Last night. Of course, she had. Rose pushed down the jealousy that flared in her chest. Her ma'am had told Lucinda, but not her, and of course, Lucinda had told Marlin. She took a steadying breath. Jealousy had no place here, not when Lucinda was her closest friend. The logical thing to do was take this to her. Why had she come to Marlin? It was too late now, she forced herself to keep speaking. There was a note inside. A prayer. She thrust the paper toward him before she could lose her nerve. Henry wrote it. To Mary. About me. Marlin took the note gently, as if it might crumble in his hands. His eyes moved over the words, and Rose watched his face shift through emotions she couldn't name. There was surprise, then something softer, then something that looked like pain. Rose. His voice had dropped to nearly a whisper. This is. I know. She wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly cold despite the warmth of the barn. I didn't ask for it. Any of it. But my ma'am thought, she thinks I've given up. That I've stopped hoping for, she gestured vaguely, unable to finish the sentence. You haven't given up. Marlin's head came up, his eyes meeting hers with sudden intensity. You're the most patient person I know. The most faithful. Patient isn't the same as hopeful. The words came out bitter, sharper than Rose intended. And faithful to what? To a life where I stand in corners and watch everyone else find what I can't seem to. She broke off, mortified. This wasn't why she'd come. She'd wanted comfort, not confession. She'd wanted someone to tell her that Henry's prayer was just words, just an old man's wishful thinking, that she didn't have to let it crack her open like this. But Marlin was looking at her with something in his eyes that she didn't understand, and her heart was pounding so hard she could feel it in her throat. The question escaped her. Ma'am thinks I should marry. Rose lifted the folded note, now back in her own hands, and felt the weight of every word Henry had written. Who is there for me? The silence that followed was absolute. Marlin stared at her, his lips parted, his hands clenched at his sides. He looked like a man who'd been asked a question he desperately wanted to answer but couldn't find the words for. That felt too much. Even he thought there was nay one for her. Rose, he took a step toward her, then stopped. His jaw worked, as if he was chewing on something he couldn't quite swallow. You deserve. I mean, any man would be, what I'm trying to say is. His words tangled and tripped over each other, coming out wrong, coming out clumsy, and Rose's cheeks burned with humiliation. She'd asked too much. Had presumed on a friendship that didn't give her the right to ask such things. Never mind. She stepped back, folding the note tight against her chest. I shouldn't have come. I'm sorry I put you in this situation. Rose, wait. But a voice from outside cut him off. Lucinda's voice, bright and clear in the morning air. Marlin? Are you in there? Rose saw his expression shut down. Saw him step back, putting distance between them, his hands shoved deep in his pockets the way they always were when he was uncomfortable. "I should go," Rose said quickly. "You don't have to leave." But Lucinda was already in the doorway, her smile faltering only slightly when she saw Rose standing there. "Rose. I didn't know you were visiting this early." "I was just leaving." Rose tucked the note into her apron pocket and moved toward the door, toward the light, toward anywhere that wasn't here. "I'll see you at the quilting circle on Thursday." She didn't wait for an answer. She stepped outside and made it 3 steps before she looked back over her shoulder. Lucinda had already crossed to Marlin's side, her hand touching his arm, her voice low and urgent. They turned together toward the far end of the barn, Lucinda steering him away, and something about the ease of it, the practiced way they moved as a pair, made Rose's stomach drop. She turned away and kept walking. Behind her, Marlin said something she couldn't hear, and the sound of his voice, so close and so impossibly far, cracked something in her chest like ice on a frozen pond. All the way home, Henry's words echoed in her chest like a prayer she didn't know how to hear. Chapter 4. The words on the paper blurred and sharpened and blurred again. Marlin read them twice. 3 times. Each time, his throat got tighter, and his hands gripped the note harder, and the voice in his head grew louder until it drowned out everything else in the barn. "I ask God to guard her from the lie that being overlooked means being unworthy." Rose stood before him, her arms wrapped around herself, her gray-blue eyes fixed on his face as if she could read his thoughts there. The morning light filtered through the barn's wide doors, casting her in soft gold and catching the wisps of hair that had escaped her cap. She couldn't read his thoughts. If she could, she would know that his heart was pounding so hard it hurt. She would know that every word Henry had written felt like an accusation pointed directly at Marlin's chest. And if there is a man whose heart has been shaped quietly to fit hers, give him courage to speak plainly, even if his words are imperfect. He was that man. He'd known it for 2 years now. He'd known it since the day he'd watched Rose walking across the Yoder farm with a basket of eggs balanced on her hip, her head tilted to hear something Lucinda was saying, her laugh quiet but genuine in a way that made something in Marlin's chest come loose. He'd loved her since then. Quietly. Secretly. With the kind of desperate, hopeless longing that kept him awake at night and made him stumble over his words every time she was near. And he'd said nothing. Because Lucinda had asked him not to. Because the pretend courtship they'd started as a favor had become a trap neither of them knew how to escape. Because every time Marlin tried to find the words to tell Rose how he felt, his tongue went thick and his thoughts scattered, and what came out was wrong, always wrong. Like now. "You deserve." His voice cracked. He cleared his throat and tried again. "I mean, any man would be, what I'm trying to say is. Stop. Just stop talking." But he couldn't. The words kept coming, tangled and clumsy and nothing like what he wanted to say. Rose's expression shifted from hope to confusion to something that looked horribly like disappointment, and Marlin wanted to reach out and take her hands and tell her everything. To admit to the fake courtship, to tell her about his feelings for her, the way he'd been watching her from across every singing and every gathering for 2 years and wanting what he couldn't have. Instead, he shoved his hands in his pockets and said the worst possible thing, "Rose, you're a gut woman. Any man would be lucky to have you." Her face went still. Not angry, Rose didn't get angry, not the way other women did, but closed off in a way that made Marlin's stomach clench. "Denki," she said, her voice flat. "That's very kind." It wasn't kind. It was patronizing. It was exactly the sort of thing a man said when he had nothing better to offer, and Marlin knew it, and he hated himself for saying it, and he couldn't think of how to take it back. What I mean is, he pulled his hands from his pockets, then put them back again. Rose, Marlin? Are you in there? Lucinda's voice came from outside, bright and familiar, and Marlin saw Rose flinch as if she'd been struck. I should go. Rose was already moving, already tucking Henry's note back into her apron pocket, already putting distance between them. I shouldn't have come. I'm sorry. You don't have to. But Lucinda was in the doorway now, her eyes taking in the scene with the quick assessment of someone who'd been watching for exactly this moment. Her smile was perfect, it was always perfect, but tension showed in her shoulders, in the way her fingers twisted in the fabric of her apron. She knew. Had always known how Marlin felt about Rose. It was part of why the fake courtship was so complicated, so impossible to end cleanly. Rose. Lucinda's voice pitched just slightly higher than normal. I didn't know you were visiting this early. I was just leaving. Rose moved toward the doorway without meeting Lucinda's eyes. I'll see you at the quilting circle on Thursday. Marlin. Lucinda's voice was quieter now, stripped of its false brightness. What happened? Nothing. The word came out harshly. He turned away from her, picking up the pitchfork he'd abandoned when Rose arrived. Her ma'am gave her a hope chest. She was upset. I know about the chest. Bertha told me some time ago. I should have talked to her about it, but I didn't know what to say. Lucinda moved closer, her footsteps soft on the packed earth floor. What did she say to you? Marlin stabbed the pitchfork into a pile of hay with more force than necessary. She asked who was there for her. The silence that followed was heavy. Marlin could feel Lucinda's eyes on his back, could feel her putting together the pieces of what he wasn't saying. And you said nothing. I said the wrong thing. He jabbed at the hay again, watching it scatter. I always say the wrong thing. Marlin. Don't. He spun to face her, and whatever Lucinda saw in his expression made her take a step back. I know what you're going to say. I know we can't end this, not yet, not without your ma'am finding out about Atlee. But Rose was standing right there asking me who could love her, and I couldn't tell her the truth because of this lie we're living. His voice broke on the last word. He turned away again, bracing his hands against the rough wood of a stall door, his head bowed. Lucinda didn't speak. When she did, her voice was softer than Marlin had ever heard it. I'm sorry. The words came out small, genuine. I never meant for it to go on this long. When you agreed to pretend, I thought it would only be a few months. Until Ma'am calmed down about me not having a proper suitor. It's been 2.5 years. I know. She moved closer, not touching him but near enough that he could hear her breathing. And Atlee keeps asking when we can finally be together openly, and I keep making excuses, and you keep getting more miserable every time you have to stand next to me and pretend. Rose thinks I'm in love with you. Marlin lifted his head, staring at the wall in front of him. Everyone thinks that. Because that's what we wanted them to think. I know. And now she's carrying around a prayer from Henry Wagler asking God to send her someone who'll speak plainly to her, and I'm standing there with my tongue tied in knots because I can't tell her the truth without destroying everything you've built with Atlee. Lucinda was quiet for a moment. Then, what if I talked to her? Marlin turned. What? What if I told Rose the truth? About us, about the fake courtship, about, she hesitated. About Atlee. The hope that flared in Marlin's chest was so sharp it hurt. But it died just as quickly when he saw the fear in Lucinda's eyes. "You can't," he said slowly. "Your ma'am would find out." "Maybe it's time she did." "Lucinda." He stepped toward her, his hands coming up as if to steady her even though she wasn't falling. "You've been hiding Atlee from her for years. If she finds out now, after all this time, she'll be angry." Lucinda's voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. "She'll be so angry. And she'll try to stop me from seeing him, the way she's always tried to control who I spend time with, and I don't know if I'm strong enough to fight." Her voice broke. Marlin watched her struggle, watched her push down the fear that was trying to rise up, and felt a wave of guilt so strong it nearly knocked him over. This was his fault, too. He'd agreed to the fake courtship because it was easier than facing his own feelings. Because pretending to be interested in Lucinda meant he didn't have to admit how much he wanted Rose. Because being safe was more comfortable than being honest. And now they were all trapped. "What if we wait?" The words came out before Marlin could think them through. "Just a little longer. Until the quilting circle, maybe. You could find a private moment with Rose, tell her just enough to let her know there's hope." "To what?" Lucinda's eyes met his. "To let her know that you're not really courting me? That you've been pretending all this time? Do you think that will make her trust you more, Marlin? Knowing that you've been lying to everyone she knows?" The truth of it hit him like a fist to the chest. She was right. Even if Lucinda confessed, even if the fake courtship ended tomorrow, Rose would know that Marlin had been part of a deception that lasted years. Would know that he'd watched her step aside, watched her fade into the background, watched her give up hope, and had said nothing. Nothing at all. "I don't know what to do." His voice came out hoarse. "Every path forward seems to hurt someone." "I know." Lucinda reached out and touched his arm, briefly, the way a friend would. "But we can't keep going like this. It's not fair to you, and it's not fair to Rose, and it's not fair to Atlee." "What about you?" Her smile was sad. "It stopped being fair to me a long time ago. I just didn't want to admit it." They stood there in the dim warmth of the barn, two people caught in a lie they'd told for different reasons, both of them too afraid to find a way out. Finally, Lucinda straightened her shoulders. "I should go. Ma'am will be wondering where I am." Marlin nodded. He wanted to say something, something comforting, something helpful, something that would make any of this better, but the words wouldn't come. "I'll think about what you said," Lucinda added. "About telling Rose. Maybe not everything at once, but something. Enough to give her hope." "Denki." She paused in the doorway, turning to look at him one more time. "For what it's worth, Marlin, I think she cares for you, too." "Rose." "The way she looked at you just now, before I interrupted." His heart seized. "What do you mean?" "I mean, she didn't come here at dawn just to show you a prayer note." Lucinda's smile was small, knowing. "She came because you're the one she wanted to talk to. Even when she thinks you belong to someone else." Then she was gone, her footsteps fading across the yard, and Marlin was alone with the horses and the hay and the weight of everything he couldn't say. He moved through the rest of his morning chores without thinking, his hands doing the familiar work while his mind circled the same questions over and over. What would happen if Lucinda told Rose? What would happen if she didn't? What would happen if Marlin found the courage to speak for himself, to push past the knot in his throat and say the things he'd been swallowing for 2 years? What would happen if he didn't? What would happen if another man saw in Rose what he did? And there it was, his greatest fear. The horses needed water. He hauled buckets from the pump, the cold metal handles biting into his palms, the weight of the water nothing compared to the weight in his chest. One of the maras whickered softly as he approached, and Marlin paused to run his hand along her neck, feeling the warmth of her beneath his fingers. "I've made a mess of things," he told her quietly. The horse didn't answer, just turned her head to nose at the water bucket. Even the animals were more sensible than him. He finished with the horses and moved on to the feed room, measuring out grain by rote. His dade would be up soon, expecting breakfast, expecting Marlin to have the morning work finished. There would be nae time to think then, nae space for the questions that kept circling like crows around a cornfield. But for now, in this quiet hour before the day truly began, Marlin let himself remember. Rose at 16, helping her grossmammy into a buggy after church, her hands gentle and patient. Rose at 18, laughing at something Susan Wagler said, her whole face lighting up in a way that made Marlin's breath catch. Rose at 20, standing alone at the edge of a singing, her eyes following couples as they paired off and walked into the evening. She'd been fading even then. Stepping back. Making room. And Marlin had watched it happen. Had told himself he couldn't do anything about it. Had convinced himself that his silence was kindness, that keeping the peace was more important than speaking the truth. I asked God to guard her from the lie that being overlooked means being unworthy. Henry's prayer echoed in his head, and for the first time, Marlin wondered if it had been meant for him as much as it had been meant for Rose. Perhaps they were both trapped by the same lie. Rose, believing she wasn't worth choosing, and Marlin, believing his words weren't worth speaking. Perhaps courage looked different than he'd always imagined. Less like grand gestures and more like simple honesty, offered without guarantee. The sun climbed higher. The barn was filled with light. And somewhere across the fields, Rose Esch was walking home with a hope chest full of prayers and nae idea that the man she'd asked for advice had loved her all along. Chapter 5. My dearest Atlee, the days grow longer, and my heart grows more restless. I dreamed of you again last night. We were walking through the orchard behind your family's farm, and you were telling me about the new calves, and everything was simple and right in a way nothing has been since we started hiding. I miss you. I miss who I am when I'm with you, which is strange to write because we've only been together a handful of times. But your letters have become more real to me than the life I'm living here. When I read your words, I can breathe. When I write to you, I can say the things I'm too afraid to say out loud. Marlin and I had another conversation this morning. He's growing more frustrated, and I can't blame him. 2.5 years is too long to ask anyone to pretend. But every time I think about telling Ma'am the truth, my throat closes up, and the words won't come. She praised him again at breakfast. Said he was steady and patient and exactly the kind of man a woman should want. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell her that the man I want lives 3 districts away and writes me letters that make my heart race, and she would hate him for nae reason except that he's not the future she planned for me. But I said nothing. I always say nothing. I love you. I wish that were enough. Yours always. Lucinda. The pen scratched against the paper as Lucinda signed her name, the familiar loops and curves of the letters the only thing about her life that felt honest anymore. She folded the letter carefully, creasing it along the same lines she'd used for dozens of letters before, and slipped it into the pocket of her apron just as footsteps sounded on the stairs. Her ma'am. Lucinda grabbed the nearest piece of mending from her sewing basket and bent her head over it, her needle moving in quick, careless stitches that she would have to pull out later. When the door opened, she didn't look up. "There you are." Esther Yoder's voice was crisp, efficient. Everything about Esther was crisp and efficient. Her posture, her movements, the way she ran her household with the precision of a well-oiled machine. "I've been looking for you. I was just finishing some mending, ma'am." "Mending can wait." Esther crossed the room and stood beside the window, her hands folded at her waist. "I want to talk to you about Marlin." Lucinda's stomach tightened. Of course she did. "What about him?" "Don't play coy with me, doctor." Esther's voice was sharp but not unkind. This was how she showed love. For her, ma'am, it was about expectations, about plans, and about the careful management of futures. "You've been courting for 2.5 years now. People are starting to talk." "Talk? What people?" "Everyone." Esther turned from the window, her eyes fixing on Lucinda with the same intensity she used when inspecting the cleanliness of a floor or the straightness of a seam. "Betty Glick asked me just yesterday when you and Marlin would announce." Sarah Beeler mentioned that the bishop has been wondering. Even Henry Wagler, quiet as he is, made a comment about hope chests and how some young people wait too long. The letter in Lucinda's pocket burned against her hip. She kept her eyes on the mending, kept her needle moving, kept her face as blank as she could manage. "We're not in any rush," she said. "Marlin and I, we want to be certain." "Certain of what?" Esther moved closer, her shadow falling across Lucinda's work. "He's a gut man. Has a steady income, comes from a gut family, and respects his elders. What more could you want?" "I want someone who makes me feel alive. I want letters that keep me up at night. I want Atlee." But she couldn't say any of that. So she said nothing, just shrugged and pulled a stitch tight and hoped her ma'am would change the subject. She didn't. "I've seen how you two are together." Esther's voice had softened slightly, which was somehow worse than when she was being sharp. "There's an ease there. A comfort. That's not nothing, Lucinda. That's true friendship as well as love. Some women would be grateful for that. I am grateful." The words came out flat, hollow. "Marlin is wonderful." "Then what's the problem?" Lucinda's hands stilled on the mending. She could feel her ma'am's eyes on her, could feel her expectation pressing down on her shoulders. This was the moment. She could tell the truth right now. She could explain about Atlee, about the letters, about the 2 years of pretending that had worn them all down to bone. But when she opened her mouth, what came out was, "There's nae problem, ma'am. I want to be sure. That's all." Esther studied her. Then she nodded, once, as if reaching a conclusion. "Very well. But don't wait too long. Men like Marlin don't stay patient forever, and there are plenty of other young women in Faith's Creek who would be happy to have him." The threat was subtle but clear. Lucinda swallowed hard and bent her head over the mending again. "I should go help with the washing," she murmured. "Later." Esther's hand came down on her shoulder, firm but not unkind. "First, I want you to walk over to the Botranger farm. Let Marlin know you're thinking of him. A little attention goes a long way in keeping a man interested." Lucinda's jaw clenched. "Jaw, ma'am." She waited until Esther's footsteps had faded down the stairs before she let herself breathe. The mending lay crumpled in her lap, stitches pulled tight and uneven, and the letter in her pocket felt like a lead weight dragging her down. 2.5 years. 2.5 years of this. She couldn't do it anymore. The walk to the Botranger farm was one she'd made hundreds of times, her feet following the familiar path without any conscious direction from her mind. Past the Yoder mailbox, where she checked for letters from Atlee every morning before her mam woke. Down the lane, past the Miller pasture where the cows watched her with their slow, placid eyes. Through the stand of trees that marked the edge of the Botranger property, where the light filtered green and gold through the new spring leaves. She was almost to the barn when she saw them. Rose and Marlin were standing together in the barn. Lucinda stopped short, her heart seizing in her chest. They weren't touching. Rose would never touch a man who belonged to someone else, but there was something in the way they stood. Close. Intent. As if the rest of the world had fallen away and left only the two of them. Marlin was talking, his hands moving in the awkward way they always did when he was nervous. Rose was listening, her head tilted slightly, her expression soft and open in a way Lucinda rarely saw. They looked right together. The realization hit Lucinda like a bucket of cold water. All this time, she'd been so focused on her own problems, on Atlee, on her mam, on the trap she'd built around herself, that she hadn't really looked at what was happening right in front of her. Marlin loved Rose. It was obvious now, written in every line of his body, every fumbled word. He loved her, and he'd been hiding it for just as long as Lucinda had been hiding Atlee. The fake courtship hadn't just trapped Lucinda. It had trapped all of them. Rose laughed at something Marlin said. A small laugh, almost surprised, as if she hadn't expected to find anything amusing. Marlin's whole face changed at the sound, went from anxious to hopeful in the space of a single breath. Guilt twisted in Lucinda's chest. She had to tell her. Not tomorrow, not at the quilting circle, not when the time was right. She had to tell Rose now, today, before this went any further. Before Rose spent another year stepping aside because she thought Marlin belonged to someone else. Before Marlin spent another year choking on words he was too afraid to say. Before Bertha married Rose to an older man. Before all of them drowned in a lie that had stopped serving anyone a long time ago. Lucinda stopped. She must talk to Marlin, write to Atlee, and tell him she was done waiting. She would find Rose tomorrow, or the next day, or whenever she could get her alone, and she would tell her everything. Nay more pretending. Nay more performing the life her mam expected. Nay more watching the people she cared about suffer because she was too afraid to speak. The letter in her pocket crinkled as she walked, and for the first time in 2 years, Lucinda felt hope stirring in her chest. It was small, that hope. Fragile as a new leaf in spring. But it was there, and she was determined not to let it die. She would tell Rose the truth. Soon. Before it was too late for all of them. She approached the barn, watched Rose rush away, and talked to Marlin. It didn't go as planned, but it was a start. She left to walk home. The Yoder farmhouse came into view, its white clapboard walls glowing in the afternoon light. Her mam's silhouette moved in the kitchen window, moving with the familiar efficiency that had shaped every moment of Lucinda's life. For a moment, fear rose in her throat. The familiar fear, the one that had kept her silent for 2 years. What would Mam say? What would she do? How angry would she be, and how long would that anger last, and would she ever forgive Lucinda for choosing a man she didn't approve of? But then Lucinda thought of Rose, watching Marlin from across rooms with longing in her eyes. Thought of Marlin, fumbling his words because the woman he loved wasn't the woman he was pretending to court. Thought of Atlee, waiting 3 districts away, his letters full of patience that couldn't last forever. Thought of herself, splitting in two every day she lived this lie. She walked up the porch steps and through the front door, and when her ma'am called out to ask if she'd seen Marlin, Lucinda answered with a steady voice. "Ja, ma'am. I saw him." "And? Did you two talk? Make any plans?" Lucinda paused in the doorway to the kitchen. Her ma'am stood at the stove, stirring something that steamed and bubbled, her back straight as always. Even in the simple act of cooking, Esther Yoder carried herself like a woman who expected the world to arrange itself according to her specifications. "We talked briefly," Lucinda said. It was mostly true. She had talked to Marlin that morning, in the barn, after Rose left. "He's very busy with spring planting." Esther didn't turn around. "Busy is gut. It means he's a hard worker. A provider." "Ja, ma'am. Don't just stand there, doctor. Set the table for lunch." Lucinda moved to the cabinet where the dishes were kept, her hands working automatically while her mind churned. The plates were heavy in her hands, white ceramic that her ma'am had received as a wedding gift 30 years ago. Everything in this house had a history, a purpose, a proper place. Everything was controlled. Including Lucinda. She set the table in silence, laying out forks and knives with the precision her ma'am had taught her since kinderhood. Left side, right side, napkin folded just so. The ritual of it was almost comforting, except that it felt like another kind of trap, another way she'd been shaped to fit a mold she'd never chosen. "I was thinking," Esther said, still not turning from the stove, "that we should invite Marlin for Sunday dinner. It's been too long since he's eaten at our table. People will think you're letting him drift." Lucinda's hand stilled on the last fork. "I'll ask him." "See that you do." Now Esther did turn, her eyes sharp as she studied Lucinda's face. "Is something wrong? You seem distracted." "I'm fine, ma'am. Just tired." "Tired." Esther's voice was flat. "You're 24 years old. What do you have to be tired about?" "Everything. The weight of carrying a secret for 2 years. The guilt of watching Rose fade into the background. The ache of loving a man she couldn't claim publicly. The exhaustion of performing contentment when her heart was somewhere else entirely. But she couldn't say any of that. So she just shook her head and finished setting the table and murmured something about helping with the washing before supper. Upstairs in her room, with the door closed firmly behind her, Lucinda finally let herself breathe. The letter to Atlee was still in her pocket. She pulled it out and smoothed the creased paper against her knee, reading over the words she'd written that morning. They seemed hollow now, like echoes of feelings that had grown too big for letters to contain. She needed to do more than write. She needed to act. Tomorrow. She would find Rose tomorrow, somewhere private, somewhere her ma'am couldn't interrupt. She would tell her about the fake courtship first. That would be easiest, the part that didn't require confessing her own secrets. She would explain that Marlin had never been interested in her, not really, that they'd only been pretending to buy time while Lucinda figured out what she wanted. And then, if Rose was still listening, if she hadn't walked away in anger or hurt, then Lucinda would tell her about Atlee. She pulled a fresh sheet of paper from her writing desk and began a new letter, her pen moving faster than before, the words pouring out in a rush of determination. "My dearest Atlee, I'm done waiting. I'm done hiding. By this time next week, everyone will know the truth, about us, about everything. I'm terrified, but I'm more terrified of living this lie for another 2 years. Whatever happens, I love you. I choose you. Write back soon. Yours, Lucinda. She folded the letter and slipped it under her pillow, where it would wait until she could sneak it into the mailbox tomorrow morning. Then she lay back on her bed, staring at the ceiling, and began to plan what she would say to Rose when the moment finally came. Chapter 6. The prayer note had been folded and unfolded so many times that the creases were wearing thin. Rose sat on the edge of her bed, the paper spread across her palms, and read Henry's words for what must have been the 100th time since she'd found them 3 days ago. Each reading felt different. Sometimes the prayer felt comforting, sometimes it was exposing, sometimes both at once in a way that left her breathless and unsteady. I asked God to guard her from the lie that being overlooked means being unworthy. She'd believed that lie for years. Had built her whole life around it, arranging her days and her expectations and her small, careful hopes so that nothing could disappoint her. So that nay one could overlook her because she'd already stepped out of the way. And now here was Henry Wagler, writing prayers to his dead fro, asking God to undo what Rose had spent so long constructing. She folded the note again, gently, along the worn creases, and slipped it into the pocket of her apron. Downstairs, she could hear voices. Her mam's, loud and certain, and others she recognized from years of church gatherings and quilting circles and the endless rounds of visiting that made up life in Faith's Creek. A coffee meeting. Rose had forgotten her mam had planned one for this afternoon. She took a breath, smoothed her dress, and went downstairs. The kitchen was full of women. Bertha sat at the head of the table, a cup of coffee steaming in front of her, her posture straight and commanding as always. Betty Glick was there, round and warm and chattering to anyone who would listen. Sarah Beeler sat quietly in the corner, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes kind and watchful. They all looked up when Rose entered. There she is. Betty's voice rang out bright and eager. We were just talking about you, dear. Heat crept up Rose's neck. About me? About the hope chest, of course. Betty leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with the particular gleam that meant she had gossip to share. Henry Wagler's hope chests are famous, you know. Everyone says the girls who get them always find husbands within the year. It's like a guarantee. It's not a guarantee. Rose's voice came out sharper than she intended. She softened it, trying to smooth over the edge. It's just a chest. With a prayer inside. A prayer that works. Betty was nodding now, emphatic. Look at Emma and Susan. Both of them had chests, and both of them married within months. And I've heard the prayers Henry writes are very specific. Very detailed. She paused, her eyes bright with curiosity. What did yours say? The question hit Rose like a slap. She stood frozen in the doorway, her hand rising automatically to press against the pocket where the note lay hidden, feeling the crinkle of paper beneath her fingers. It's private, she managed. Of course it is, dear. But surely you can share a little? We're all friends here. Rose looked around the table. Betty was leaning forward, eager. Sarah Beeler was watching quietly, her expression unreadable. Her mam sat with her hands wrapped around her coffee cup, not intervening, not redirecting the conversation, just waiting to see what Rose would do. Miriam, Katie, and others all seemed to see through to her soul. They all wanted to hear what the prayer said. I'd rather not. Rose's voice was steadier now, though her heart was pounding. It was meant for me. For God and me. Betty's face fell slightly, but she recovered quickly. Well, Of course. I understand completely. It's just that we're all so curious, you know. Henry's prayers have such a reputation. Betty. Sarah Ballard's voice was quiet but firm. Let the girl alone. Betty blinked, looking momentarily chastened and knowing she could not disagree with the bishop's fra. Then she rallied, turning her attention to the plate of cookies in the center of the table. Well. These look delicious, Bertha. Did you make them yourself? The tension in Rose's shoulders eased slightly. She moved to the counter and began pouring herself a cup of coffee, her back to the table, her hands not quite steady. Behind her, the conversation shifted to safer topics. Now they were discussing the weather, the coming planting season, whose doctor had announced a courtship last Sunday. Rose listened with half an ear, sipping her coffee, trying to will her heartbeat back to normal. The note in her pocket felt heavier than before. As if everyone in the room could see it, could read the words Henry had written, could know exactly how exposed and uncertain Rose felt. She has been faithful in small, unseen ways for so long that I fear she believes this is all she is meant for. She set her cup down and turned back to the table. I should help with the chores, she said. If you'll excuse me. Sit down. Her ma'am's voice brooked no argument. The chores can wait. Rose hesitated. Her ma'am's eyes were fixed on her, steady and unyielding, and there was something in her expression that Rose couldn't quite read. Not disapproval, exactly. Something more complicated than that. She sat. Rose has been blessed with a gift, Bertha said to the room at large. A hope chest from Henry Wagler, with a prayer written just for her. She should be grateful for that. I am grateful. The words came out automatically, hollow. Are you? Bertha's gaze was sharp. Because from where I sit, you look more embarrassed than grateful. Like you'd rather hide that chest in the attic than put it at the foot of your bed where it belongs. Heat climbed Rose's neck. She could feel the other women watching, could feel their curiosity and their judgment and their well-meaning concern pressing against her like hands. It's private, ma'am. That's all. I don't want everyone in Faith's Creek knowing. Knowing what? Bertha set down her coffee cup with a gentle thud. That your ma'am loves you enough to ask for help? That an old man who's lost his fra still believes in prayer? That God might have something better planned for you than standing in corners at every singing, watching everyone else pair off? The words landed like blows. Rose's jaw tightened, but she didn't respond. What could she say? Everything her ma'am had said was true, and none of it was meant in a bad way. It was meant out of love. You should be grateful for a nudge, Bertha finished. Her voice was softer now, but nay less insistent. Not everyone has people who care for them. The room was very quiet. Betty Glick was staring at her cookies. Sarah Beeler was watching Rose with sympathy in her eyes. Rose stood up. Excuse me, she said. I need some air. She walked out of the kitchen before her ma'am could stop her, out through the back door, into the afternoon light. The spring air was cool against her flushed cheeks, and the fields beyond the yard glowed green with new growth. She walked to the edge of the yard and stopped there, her arms wrapped around herself, her eyes fixed on the distant tree line. Behind her, she could hear the faint murmur of voices through the kitchen window. The women were resuming their conversation, probably talking about her now that she'd fled. Let them talk. She was used to being talked about. Or rather, she was used to being overlooked, which was its own kind of talk. For her, It was not gossip but the silence of people who had nothing to say about you because there was nothing interesting to say. Movement caught her eye. Near the lane that led past the Esch farm, just at the edge of the property, a figure stood watching her. A tall, broad-shouldered, and dark-haired figure. Marlin. Rose's heart stuttered in her chest. He was too far away for her to read his expression, but the tension in his posture was clear, the way he held himself like a man who wasn't sure if he should come closer or run away. For a moment, they just looked at each other. Rose was standing by the house with her arms wrapped around herself. Marlin was standing by the lane with his hands shoved in his pockets. Then he turned away. It was a small movement, just a shift of his shoulders, a duck of his head, but it felt like a door closing. Like he'd seen her standing there and decided he had nae business approaching. Nae right to come any closer than he already was. Because he belonged to Lucinda. Because Rose was just a friend, just the woman who stood in corners, just the one everyone expected to remain alone. She watched him walk away, his figure growing smaller as the distance between them grew, until he disappeared around the bend in the lane. The note in her pocket rustled as she moved. She pressed her hand against it, feeling the worn creases beneath her fingertips. And if there is a man whose heart has been shaped quietly to fit hers, give him the courage to speak plainly, even if his words are imperfect. She didn't know who Henry had been praying about. Didn't know if there was anyone whose heart had been shaped to fit hers. But watching Marlin walk away, watching him turn from her as if he'd done something wrong by looking, Rose felt the first small crack in the wall she'd built around her hope. Maybe she wasn't as invisible as she'd thought. Or maybe she was just imagining things. Reading too much into a glance, a hesitation, a turned shoulder. Making stories where there were none, the way lonely people sometimes did. She went back inside, moving quietly past the kitchen where the coffee meeting continued, Betty Glick's voice rising and falling in its familiar rhythms. The women barely noticed her passing, or if they did, they were polite enough not to call attention to it. Rose climbed the stairs slowly, each step heavier than the last. Her room waited at the top, the same room she'd slept in since kinderhood, with its narrow bed and its plain curtains and the hope chest that now sat at the foot of her bed like a question she couldn't answer. She sat down on the floor beside it, not on the bed but right there on the worn wooden boards, and rested her hand on the carved wheat sheaf. The wood was smooth beneath her fingers, warm from the afternoon sun that came through the window. Watch over her, Mary. Teach her that waiting doesn't mean she's been passed by. She was still waiting. Still hoping, despite everything she'd told herself for years. Despite the careful walls she'd built. Despite the way she'd trained herself to expect nothing, want nothing, need nothing from anyone except the quiet contentment of a life lived in service to others. Henry's prayer had seen through all of that. Had seen the hope she'd tried so hard to bury, the longing she'd told herself was foolish, the part of her that still dreamed of someone choosing her. Wanting her. Looking at her the way Marlin had looked at her just now, before he'd turned away. Rose pulled the note from her pocket and unfolded it again. The paper was soft now, worn thin from handling, the creases so deep that the words were starting to fade along the folds. She would need to be more careful. Would need to stop reading it over and over, stop tracing Henry's handwriting with her fingers, stop letting the words sink into her heart where they would be impossible to forget. But she couldn't stop. Because for the first time in years, someone had seen her. Really seen her, not just the quiet woman who helped with chores and stepped aside at gatherings and never asked for anything for herself. Henry had seen the woman who was still hoping, still waiting, still believing that maybe, there was something better waiting for her than an empty bed and a life of watching others find what she couldn't have. If she's standing back because she believes love belongs to someone else, I pray she will be given truth. Love belonging to someone else. Rose thought of Marlin and Lucinda, the way they arrived together at every gathering, the way everyone assumed they would announce their engagement any day now. She had assumed it too. Had forced herself to accept it, the way she'd accepted so many things over the years. But the way Marlin had looked at her just now. She shook her head, pressing the note flat against her knee. It didn't mean anything. He was kind to everyone. He probably looked at lots of people that way. Was she just imagining the way he looked? She'd seen concern, with gentleness, with the careful attention of a man who noticed that she was struggling. It didn't mean he felt anything for her beyond friendship. Beyond the easy familiarity of two people who'd known each other since kinderhood. And even if he did, even if there was something more there, he belonged to Lucinda. That was the truth everyone knew. The truth Rose had been living with for 2.5 years. Some truths, she was learning, were harder to accept than others. She folded the note one final time and slipped it back into her pocket. Downstairs, she could hear the scrape of chairs as the coffee meeting broke up, the cheerful goodbyes, and the promises to see each other at service on Sunday. Soon her ma'am would call for her, would expect help with the cleanup, would probably have more to say about gratitude and hope chests and the importance of not standing in corners. Rose would nod and agree and do her chores, the way she always did. But somewhere inside her, in the place where Henry's prayer had cracked open the wall, something was stirring. Something that felt dangerous and tender and terrifyingly like hope. She pressed her hand against the chest one more time, feeling the solid weight of the wood beneath her palm. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do," she whispered. "I don't know if I'm brave enough to hope for more." The chest didn't answer. Neither did God, nor Mary, nor the empty room around her. But the hope stayed anyway, small and fragile and refusing to die. Rose supposed that would have to be enough for now. Chapter 7. The wood shavings curled away from the plane in long, thin spirals, falling to the workshop floor like ribbons. Marlin watched them gather at his feet while his hands moved in the familiar rhythm, push, lift, pull back, push again, and tried not to think about Rose Esch. The workshop was warm with afternoon sun slanting through the dusty windows, and the smooth wood beneath his palms had the dry, pleasant roughness of cedar well seasoned. He failed. "You're not paying attention." Henry Wagler's voice came from behind him, quiet but firm. Marlin looked up to find the older man watching him with sharp eyes that saw far more than Marlin wanted them to. "Sorry." Marlin set down the plane and stepped back from the half-finished board. "I'm distracted today." "I can see that." Henry moved closer, his hands brushing over the wood Marlin had been working. "You've taken off too much here. The grain's uneven." Marlin looked. He'd been planing the same board for 20 minutes and hadn't noticed the flaw that was now obvious under Henry's practiced eye. His jaw tightened with frustration. This was not like him, letting his wandering thoughts take over, letting his mind stray to the whole tangled mess his life had become. "I'll start over." "Nay." Henry shook his head. "This piece is ruined for furniture, but it'll make gut kindling. Before you ruin more." Henry chuckled, and the wrinkles on his face crumpled into a picture of joy and contentment at being useful. "Sit. Tell me what's on your mind." It wasn't a request. Marlin pulled up a stool and sat, his hands dangling between his knees, his eyes fixed on the floor. Around them, The workshop was quiet except for the creak of the building settling and the distant sounds of birds outside. "People are talking about your hope chests," Marlin said finally. It wasn't what he wanted to say, but it was safer than the truth. "They've been talking for years. Anything that can be formed into gossip is. This is just another passing phase. Nay, it's more now. Since Emma and Susan both married. Betty Glick says your chests and prayers are like a guarantee. Any woman who gets one of your chests finds a husband within the year." Henry made a sound that might have been a laugh. "Betty Glick talks too much. My chests are just wood and hinges. The prayers I write are just words. God does what God does, and none of us can claim credit for it. But you gave a chest to Rose." The name slipped out before Marlin could stop it. He felt his face heat, felt Henry's gaze sharpen into something more focused, more assessing. "Her ma'am asked me to." Henry's voice was careful. "Bertha worries about her doctor. As mothers do. Rose doesn't need a chest to find someone." The words came out rough, defensive. She's wonderful. Anyone with eyes can see that. It's not her fault that." He broke off, aware that he'd said too much. Henry was watching him with an expression that Marlin couldn't quite read. The man had seen so much, and there was something knowing and patient in his presence. He was like a man waiting for a stone to roll down a hill. It had already begun to descend. All Henry needed to do was wait and watch. "That what?" Henry asked quietly. Marlin's hands clenched on his knees. "Nothing. I shouldn't have spoken. You should speak more, I think." Henry moved to the workbench and began arranging tools with the slow, deliberate movements of a man who'd done this work for decades. "You're not a talkative person, Marlin. I've known you since you were a boy, and you've always kept your thoughts close. There's nothing wrong with that. But sometimes silence becomes a hiding place instead of a habit." Marlin's throat went tight. "I don't know what you mean." "I think you do." Henry set down a chisel and turned to face him. "I think there's something you want to say, to someone, about something, and you've been swallowing it for so long you've forgotten how to let it out." The workshop was very quiet. Marlin could hear his own heartbeat, loud in his ears, and the rasp of his breathing, and the distant lowing of cattle in the field beyond. "If I did have something to say," he managed finally, "it wouldn't matter. The situation is complicated. Most situations are. Not like this." Marlin stood up, unable to sit still any longer. He paced to the window and stared out at the yard, at the familiar landscape of Faith's Creek. He glanced across to Henry's farm that was now worked by his doctor, Susan, and her husband, Reuben. "I've made choices that I can't undo. Commitments that I need to keep for someone I care about." He broke off, shaking his head. "It doesn't matter. Gut intentions still require the truth." Henry's voice was gentle but firm. "Whatever you've promised, whoever you've promised it to, if it keeps you from speaking honestly, then it's become something other than gut. Sometimes doing the right thing too long becomes the wrong thing." Marlin's hands curled into fists at his sides. He wanted to tell Henry everything about the fake courtship with Lucinda. About the letters she exchanged with Atlee. About the way Marlin had watched Rose fade into the background for so long while everyone assumed he was devoted to someone else. But the words wouldn't come. They stuck in his throat the way they always did, caught behind the wall of promises and guilt and the fear of hurting people he cared about. "I should get this finished," he said instead. I've wasted enough wood for one day. Henry didn't try to stop him. He just watched with those sharp, seeing eyes for one more moment before he walked out of the workshop and into the bright afternoon light. Marlin decided that he would be kinder to Rose. That was something he could do without breaking any promises. He would pay attention to her, talk to her, and make sure she knew that she wasn't invisible. Maybe that would be enough to ease the ache in his chest. Maybe. He put down his tools and left the workshop. Marlin was nearly home, but he turned in the opposite direction. He found Rose near the Yoder mailbox, of all places. She was walking slowly, her head down, her arms wrapped around herself the way they always were when she was thinking about something difficult. When she looked up and saw him approaching, her whole body went still. Marlin. Her voice was careful, neutral. I didn't expect to see you here. I was busy with some woodwork. It wasn't going how I wanted, so I needed a walk. He stopped a few feet away, close enough to see the faint shadows under her eyes but far enough to seem respectable. Are you all right? You look beautiful. Tired. Like something inside you is breaking. Like you've been working hard, he finished lamely. Rose's lips pressed together. Just walking. Thinking. It's a lovely day, Anne. I guess I also needed a break. How do you feel about the hope chest? His mouth dropped open. Just blurted out. Why was he such a fool? Her chin lifted slightly, a flash of defensiveness in her gray-blue eyes. Betty Glick thinks it's a guarantee of marriage. Did you know that? She told half the women in Faith's Creek at my ma'am's coffee meeting. Marlin winced. I didn't know. I'm sorry, Rose. That must have been uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. She let out a small breath that might have been a laugh. That's one word for it. They stood there in awkward silence, Marlin's mind racing through all the things he wanted to say and all the reasons he couldn't say them. Rose was watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. She'd changed toward him recently. Now she was guarded, but there was something else underneath it. Something that looked like hope. You don't need a hope chest, he said suddenly. Rose blinked. What? You don't need. What I mean is, the words were coming out wrong again, tangling in his throat, pushing past each other in their rush to escape, and he could feel the heat crawling up his face. You shouldn't have to wait for a prayer to find someone. You're a gut woman, Rose. The best woman I know. Any man would be blessed to, that is, you deserve someone who can see this. Stop. Stop talking. This is not coming out right. But he couldn't stop. The dam had broken, and the words kept coming, each one worse than the last. What you need is a husband who sees you. Really sees you, not just the quiet girl in the corner. Someone who notices when you're sad and knows what to say to make it better and doesn't just stand there like a fool with his tongue tied in knots. Rose's expression had shifted from hope to confusion to something that looked horribly like hurt. Are you saying I need a husband? The question cut through his babbling like a knife. Marlin heard his own words echo back to him and wanted to sink into the ground. Nay. I mean, Ja, I guess what you need is a husband, but not. What I'm trying to say is, why was his mind so foggy? Why didn't he just tell her how he felt? That I should be grateful for the hope chest? That I should stop waiting and start looking? Rose's voice was flat now, closed off. Everyone seems to have opinions about what I should do, Marlin. I didn't expect you to be one of them. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? He stared at her, his mouth opening and closing like a fish pulled from water. The truth was right there, pressing against his teeth, demanding to be spoken were words that he couldn't seem to say. I love you. I've loved you for so long. My courtship with Lucinda is fake, and I've been too much of a coward to tell you. But the words didn't come out. They never did. He shoved his hands in his pockets, hating himself. I just want you to be happy, Rose. Do you? Her eyes were bright now, too bright, and Marlin realized with horror that she was trying not to cry. Because from where I'm standing, it sounds like you think I can't be happy without a man to validate me. That I'm some kind of project everyone needs to fix. That's not what I meant. I'm sorry, I have to go. She was already turning, already walking away, her shoulders rigid and her hands clenched at her sides. Thank you for the advice, Marlin. I'll be sure to add it to the list. He stood there and watched her go, the same way he always watched her go, with his throat full of words he couldn't say and his heart breaking into pieces he didn't know how to put back together. Gut intentions still require truth. Henry's words echoed in his head, mocking him. He'd had gut intentions. He'd wanted to be kind, to be present, to show Rose that someone saw her. Instead, he'd made her feel like a problem to be solved. He'd made things worse. Marlin walked home slowly, kicking at stones in the road, replaying the conversation in his head and finding new things to cringe at with every pass. What you need is a husband. He'd actually said that. To a woman who'd just been publicly discussed as if she were a problem that needed solving. As if she weren't capable of finding happiness on her own. He'd meant it differently. He'd meant that she deserved someone wonderful, someone who would see her the way he saw her, but the words had come out twisted, condescending, like he was dispensing advice from some position of authority instead of confessing that he would give anything to be the man she chose. By the time he reached the farm, the sun was setting, and his chest ached with a familiar, heavy guilt. His dade was in the barn, finishing the evening milking, and Marlin joined him without speaking, finding comfort in the rhythm of work that didn't require him to form words. You look troubled. His dade's voice came from the next stall over, calm and steady as always. Jeremiah Botranger had never been a man for many words, but the words he did speak tended to land true. It's nothing. Doesn't look like it's nothing. Marlin's hand stilled on the cow's flank. He could tell his dade. Could explain the whole tangled mess. Finally admit the truth about the fake courtship, the secrets, the way he'd just made Rose feel small when all he'd wanted was to make her feel seen. But the words stuck in his throat the same way they always did. It was just a conversation that went wrong, he said finally. I said something I didn't mean. Or I meant it, but it came out differently than I intended. His dade was quiet for a moment. The sound of milk hitting the pail filled the silence, rhythmic and soothing. Your ma'am, rest her soul, used to say that the heart speaks its own language, Jeremiah said finally. Sometimes what we mean gets lost in translation. The important thing is to keep trying. What if trying makes it worse? Then you try again. Jeremiah straightened, stretching his back with a grunt. Words aren't the only way to show someone what's in your heart, son. Actions speak too. Sometimes louder. Marlin thought about that as they finished the milking and walked back to the house together. Actions. He could show Rose through actions what he couldn't seem to say in words. He could be present, attentive, and kind in ways that didn't require him to stumble over sentences that came out wrong. It wasn't the truth. It wasn't the confession he knew he owed her. But maybe it was a start. Tomorrow, he would do better. Tomorrow, he would find ways to show Rose that she mattered, not as a project to be fixed, but as a woman who deserved more than she knew how to ask for. Tomorrow, he would begin making things right. But as he lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, the memory of Rose's hurt expression haunted him. The way her eyes had gone bright with unshed tears. The way she'd walked away without looking back. He'd wanted to be kinder, and instead he'd been cruel. He'd wanted to speak truth, and instead he'd spoken nonsense. He'd wanted to show her that someone saw her, and instead he'd made her feel invisible all over again. Gut intentions still require truth. Henry was right. Gut intentions weren't enough. And until Marlin found the courage to speak plainly, really plainly, without the tangle of fake courtships and swallowed feelings, he would keep making mistakes like this one. The question was whether he had that courage in him. And whether, by the time he found it, there would be anything left to save. Chapter 8. Rose spent the next 3 days avoiding Marlin Botranger. It wasn't difficult. Faith's Creek was small, but it was also predictable. She knew Marlin's routines, knew which paths he walked and which times he visited the mercantile and which farms he helped with during planting season. All she had to do was be somewhere else. The problem was that being somewhere else meant being alone with her thoughts. And her thoughts kept circling back to the same place. What you need is a husband. She'd heard plenty of variations on that theme over the years. From her ma'am, who saw Rose's unmarried state as a personal failure. From Betty Glick, who couldn't stop talking about hope chests and guarantees. From the subtle glances of other women at service, who looked at Rose with pity or curiosity or, worst of all, satisfaction that at least they weren't the ones standing alone at 26. But she hadn't expected it from Marlin. Marlin, who'd always been kind to her. Marlin, who listened when she spoke, who noticed when she was struggling, and who treated her like a person rather than a problem. Marlin, who she thought was different from all the others. What you need is a husband. Rose scrubbed the kitchen floor with more force than necessary, watching the water darken with dirt and the rag grow heavy in her hands. She thought of his face. The blush flamed his cheeks. The look of horror in his eyes. Was she a pain to him? Was he finding her presence too much? Was she intruding on his courtship? Well, she would keep away. She didn't need him. The house was empty, quiet. Her ma'am had gone to help a neighbor with canning, leaving Rose alone for the first time in days. She'd thought the solitude would be welcome. Instead, it just gave her more time to replay the conversation in her head and find new ways to be hurt by it. He'd been trying to be helpful. She knew that. Could see it in the way his hands had fluttered and his words became tangled. In how his expression shifted from earnest to horrified as he realized how badly it was coming out. But knowing he'd meant well didn't make it hurt less. The sound of hooves and a buggy pulling up came in the middle of her third pass over the same stretch of floor. Rose straightened, wiping her hands on her apron, and felt her heart stutter when she saw the buggy in the yard. It belonged to Emma and Daniel Kaufman. She opened the door to find Emma already climbing the porch steps, her face warm with the particular glow of a woman who'd found her happy ending. Daniel waited by the buggy, patient and steady, the same man who'd waited patiently for Emma while she'd sorted through her own doubts and fears. Rose. Emma pulled her into a hug before Rose could protest about being damp and dirty from cleaning. The embrace was warm and firm, carrying with it the faint roughness of a travel-worn dress and the simple comfort of a friend who meant well. "I'm so glad you're home. We were passing through, and I wanted to stop by." That's kind of you. Rose stepped back, smoothing her apron. Would you like some coffee? I can put some on. Please. Daniel will be fine for a bit. He wanted to check on something with your neighbor's fence anyway. Rose watched Daniel walk off toward the Miller property, his stride unhurried, and felt a sharp pang of envy. Emma and Daniel had found each other despite misunderstandings and doubts, and a hope chest that Emma had initially wanted nothing to do with. They'd made it through. Not everyone did. How are you? Emma asked once they were settled in the kitchen, cups of coffee steaming between them. Really, I mean. Not the polite version. Rose's hands tightened around her cup. I'm fine. Are you? Emma's eyes were kind but searching. Because you look tired, Rose. Sad, even. And I've heard about the hope chest my dad made for you. Of course, she had. Everyone in Faith's Creek had heard about it by now. It's a beautiful chest, Rose said. Your dad does wonderful work. That's not what I asked. Rose was quiet for a moment, watching the steam rise from her coffee. She picked at the slice of chocolate cake she'd served them both. It didn't help. It didn't let her mind escape. Emma had always been good at this. At cutting through the polite deflections and getting to what actually mattered. It was one of the things Rose admired about her, even when it made conversations uncomfortable. I don't know how I am, she admitted finally. I thought I'd made peace with my life. With being alone. And then your dad's prayer note said all these things that I've been trying not to think about. That was bad enough, but now everyone's watching me like I'm supposed to have some kind of transformation. And you're not having one? I don't know what I'm having. Rose set down her cup with a small thud. I'm confused and embarrassed and, she stopped, not wanting to say the rest. Not wanting to say that the man she loved, the man she wanted, was promised to another. To her friend, and that it was cutting her in two. And hurt? Emma's voice was gentle. I've seen how you look at Marlin, Rose. And I've seen how he looks at you when he thinks no one's watching. Rose's face went hot. Marlin is courting Lucinda. Is he? The question landed hard. Rose wanted to answer, wanted to explain that of course he was, that everyone knew he was, that it had been going on for 2.5 years, and there was nothing to discuss. But the words wouldn't come. Because somewhere, in the part of her heart she'd been trying to ignore, a small voice was asking the same question. Is he? But. Even if he weren't, Rose said finally, her voice smaller than she wanted it to be, it wouldn't matter. Marlin sees me as a friend. A project, maybe. Someone who needs advice about finding a husband. Emma's eyebrows rose. Did he say that? More or less. Rose didn't want to repeat the exact words. They heard enough without speaking them aloud. Emma sipped her coffee, she nibbled her cake, he eyebrows raising in appreciation, her expression remained thoughtful. That doesn't sound like the Marlin I know. He's usually so careful with his words. Almost too careful. He wasn't careful yesterday. He told me I needed a husband who sees me. As if I've been sitting here blind to my own situation. Maybe that's not what he meant. Then what did he mean? Emma was quiet for a moment. Then she set down her cup and reached across the table to take Rose's hand. I can't speak for Marlin. I barely know him, really. But I can tell you that my dad's hope chest showed me things about myself that I didn't want to see. Things I'd been hiding from, pretending didn't matter. She squeezed Rose's fingers gently. Sometimes the people who love us see what we can't. Even when they say it badly. Rose's throat went tight. He doesn't love me. How do you know? Because he's with Lucinda. Because he's never. She broke off, shaking her head. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to waste my time hoping for something that isn't there. Is it really wasting your time? Emma's voice was soft. Or is it protecting yourself from disappointment? The question cut deeper than Rose wanted to admit. She pulled her hand back and wrapped it around her coffee cup, feeling the warmth seep into her cold fingers. I should be grateful, she said, forcing her voice steady. For the hope chest, for the prayer, for everyone's concern. That's what Ma'am keeps telling me. Maybe. Emma stood, pushing back her chair. Or maybe you should be angry. Angry that everyone thinks they know what's best for you. Angry that you've spent years stepping aside and making yourself small, and now people are surprised that you've disappeared. Rose stared at her. You think I should be angry? I think you should feel whatever you feel. Emma moved to the window, looking out at the yard where Daniel was walking back toward the buggy. When my dad gave me my hope chest, I was furious. I thought he was interfering, pushing me towards something I wasn't ready for. It took me weeks to understand that he wasn't trying to control me. He was trying to show me that I deserved more than I was allowing myself to want. She turned back to Rose, her expression gentle but firm. You deserve more, too, Rose. Whether that comes from Marlin or someone else, or just from yourself. You deserve to be seen, and wanted, and chosen. Not because of a hope chest or a prayer, but because you're worth choosing. The words landed in Rose's chest and rippled outward in ways she couldn't predict. I don't know how to believe that, she whispered. Neither did I. Emma crossed back to the table and squeezed Rose's shoulder. But I learned. And so will you, if you let yourself. After Emma and Daniel left, Rose sat in the kitchen for a long time, watching the shadows lengthen across the floor. The house was quiet around her, empty and waiting, and somewhere upstairs, the hope chest sat at the foot of her bed with Henry's prayer folded inside. She went up when the light began to fade. Knelt beside the chest and lifted the lid, feeling the smooth wood beneath her fingers. The note was where she'd left it, creased and worn from reading. She picked it up and held it to the last of the afternoon light, reading the words one more time. Watch over her, Mary. Teach her that waiting doesn't mean she's been passed by. Slowly, Rose folded the note along its familiar lines. Then she lifted the quilts that lined the bottom of the chest and slipped the paper beneath them, hiding it deep where no one would see. She didn't know if she believed Henry's prayer. She didn't know if she deserved what it asked for. But she wasn't ready to throw it away either. That night, her ma'am came home full of news about Susan's wedding celebration. Weddings were such a big event. The whole district celebrated, and this one would be no different. It made her feel happy, sad, and alone. There would be visiting, and food to prepare, and Rose would be expected to help with all of it. The wedding was last month, ma'am, Rose said, confused. Susan and Reuben are already married. Of course they are. Bertha waved a hand dismissively as she hung up her bonnet. But some of the extended family couldn't make it, remember. There are still the gatherings afterward. The visiting. The celebration with extended family. It's in 2 weeks, at the Byler farm. We'll be expected to help with the food. Rose nodded along, though her mind was elsewhere. Susan and Reuben were married now and building a life together. Emma and Daniel were married before them, settled into the Kaufman farm like they'd always belonged there. One by one, the women around her were finding their happy endings. I was thinking pie, Bertha continued, moving around the kitchen with her usual efficiency. You make a gut apple pie. Maybe two. We should do one for the main table and one for the family gathering after. I can do that. Gut. Bertha turned to face her, and something in her expression made Rose go still. You'll need a new dress too. Something nice. You want to look your best. The words sat there, heavy with meaning. Rose knew what her ma'am was thinking. Weddings were places where unmarried women were noticed, where conversations happened, where possibilities bloomed. Where a woman might catch someone's eye and have her whole life change in a single afternoon. I have dresses, ma'am. You have work dresses. Everyday dresses. Bertha's voice was gentle but insistent. This is different. This is a celebration. A time to show yourself at your finest. Rose's jaw tightened. She wanted to argue. Wanted to point out that a new dress wouldn't change anything. That it was vain. That it wouldn't make her younger or prettier or more interesting. That it wouldn't erase the years of being overlooked, it wouldn't suddenly conjure a suitor out of thin air. But the hope in her ma'am's eyes stopped her. Bertha was trying. That was the hardest part to accept. All her pushing, all her advice, all her well-meaning interference, it came from love. From a ma'am's desperate wish to see her doctor happy. Rose just wished happiness could be delivered so easily. All right, ma'am, she said finally. I'll make a new dress. Bertha's whole face brightened. I have some fabric put away. A lovely soft blue. It would bring out your eyes. We can start cutting tomorrow. Rose nodded, feeling the familiar weight of expectation settle onto her shoulders. A new dress. A wedding celebration. Another opportunity to stand at the edges and watch everyone else find what she couldn't seem to reach. She wasn't sure she had the energy for possibilities anymore. But she would go anyway, because that was what was expected. Because her ma'am loved her and wanted her to be happy. Because somewhere, beneath all the hurt and confusion, a small part of her still hoped that maybe this time would be different. She went to bed with Emma's words echoing in her head. You deserve more than you're allowing yourself to want. Maybe that was true. Or maybe it was just another well-meaning lie that would break her heart when she finally let herself believe it. The hope chest sat at the foot of her bed, solid and silent in the darkness. Rose reached down and touched its lid, feeling the carved wheat sheaf beneath her fingers. Somewhere under the quilts, Henry's prayer waited. She didn't need to read it again. She had the words memorized by now, every phrase burned into her memory. If she's standing back because she believes love belongs to someone else, I pray she will be given truth. Truth. That was what she needed, more than dresses or pies or wedding celebrations. The truth about what Marlin felt. The truth about whether she was wasting her time hoping for something that would never be. But truth was harder to come by than fabric or flour. Rose pulled her hand back, climbed into bed, and rolled onto her side, closing her eyes against the darkness. It was 2 weeks until the wedding celebration. Outside her window, the night sounds of the farm drifted up. She listened to the soft rustle of the wind through the new leaves, the distant lowing of cattle settling in for the night, the creak of the old oak tree that had stood in the yard since before Rose was born. Familiar sounds, comforting in their constancy. She had 2 weeks to figure out whether she had the courage to keep hoping, or whether it was finally time to let go. Chapter 9. The letter from Atlee arrived with the morning post. Lucinda checked the Yoder mailbox, took her letter, and slipped it between a seed catalog and a note from Lucinda's aunt in Ohio that was in their own mailbox. Her heart had jumped when she saw his handwriting on the envelope. The text was small and precise, the kind of writing that came from a man who measured his words carefully. She glanced toward the kitchen, where her ma'am was already clattering dishes and preparing breakfast, and slipped the letter into her apron pocket before she could be seen. Later. She would read it later, when she was alone, when she could savor every word without fear of interruption. For now, there was work to do. The wedding celebration was tomorrow, and Esther Yoder expected her household to arrive with perfectly prepared dishes, perfectly pressed dresses, and perfectly pleasant expressions. Lucinda. Her ma'am's voice cut through the morning quiet. The ironing won't do itself. Coming, ma'am. She spent the next 2 hours pressing fabric until her arms ached, the heavy iron growing warm in her hands as she smoothed wrinkle after wrinkle from the dark cloth. Steam rose from the damp fabric, curling into the air and dissipating into the morning light that slanted through the windows. Her mind wandered to the letter in her pocket even as her hands kept moving. Atlee's words were always careful, measured. He knew the risk of writing, knew that if anyone else found one of his letters, everything would unravel. But between the lines of safe, ordinary phrases, she could feel his love burning through. He was patient. More patient than she deserved. 2.5 years of waiting, of secret correspondence, of being told that someday she would find a way to tell her ma'am the truth. Someday was beginning to feel like never. When her ma'am finally left to visit a neighbor about tomorrow's arrangements, Lucinda slipped into her room and locked the door behind her. Through the window, she could hear the sound of the horse and the buggy wheels crunching down the lane, growing fainter until they disappeared altogether. The letter came out of her pocket, creased and warm from being held against her body, and she unfolded it with hands that trembled only slightly. My dearest Lucinda, I received your last letter and read it 3 times before the words would settle in my mind. You say you're ready to tell the truth, that you can't keep living this way. I want to believe you, Liebchen. I have wanted to believe you for 2 years. But I also know your ma'am. I know how hard this will be for you. So I will say only this, I will wait as long as you need me to wait. But I cannot wait forever. At some point, I need to know whether we have a future, or whether I am chasing a dream that was never meant to be real. I do not say this to pressure you. I say it because honesty is the foundation of everything I hope we might build together. And right now, our foundation is made of secrets. Tell me when you're ready. I will be here. With all my heart, Atlee. Lucinda read the letter twice more, her throat growing tighter with each pass. He wasn't wrong. He was never wrong, which was one of the things she loved and hated about him in equal measure. Their foundation was made of secrets. And secrets, sooner or later, collapsed under their own weight. She folded the letter carefully and slipped it under her sewing basket, where her ma'am never looked. Then she sat on the edge of her bed and tried to steady her breathing. Tomorrow was the wedding celebration. There would be dozens of people gathered in one place, conversations happening in every corner, privacy hidden in plain sight among the bustle. She would find Rose. She must pull her aside, somewhere quiet, somewhere they couldn't be overheard. She would finally tell her the truth about Marlin, about the fake courtship, about why Lucinda had been lying to her best friend for all this time. It wouldn't be the whole truth. She wasn't ready to tell anyone about Atlee yet, not even Rose. But it would be a start. A crack in the wall of secrets she'd built around herself. And maybe, once that crack existed, the rest of the wall would follow and come tumbling down. The morning of the celebration dawned gray and cool, clouds sitting heavy over the fields like a wool blanket. Lucinda dressed with care, choosing the blue dress that her ma'am liked best, pinning her hair beneath her cap with extra attention. When she came downstairs, her ma'am was already in the kitchen, checking off items on a mental list that grew longer by the minute. Gut. You're ready. Esther's eyes swept over Lucinda in one quick assessment. The blue looks nice. Marlin will appreciate it. Lucinda's stomach clenched. Denki, ma'am. Help me with the pies. We need to leave within the hour. They worked side by side in silence, or what should have been silence, except that Lucinda could feel her ma'am watching her. Small glances, quick assessments, the kind of surveillance that Esther had perfected over 24 years of raising a doctor she didn't quite understand. You seem distracted this morning, Esther said as they wrapped the pies in clean cloths. Is something wrong? Nay, ma'am. Just tired. Tired. Esther's voice was flat, disbelieving. You went to bed early last night. I didn't sleep well. Her ma'am's eyes were sharp, knowing. You've been distracted a lot lately. Ever since Rose received her hope chest, you've been different. Lucinda's hands stilled on the pie cloth. I don't know what you mean. I think you do. Esther set down the dish she was holding and turned to face Lucinda full on. I've seen you, Doctor. The way you watch Rose and Marlin when they're together. The way you step back when he tries to talk to you. If I didn't know better, I'd think you didn't want to be courted at all. The words hit Lucinda like a splash of cold water. She forced her face to stay neutral, forced her voice to stay calm. Marlin and I are fine, ma'am. We're just taking our time. You've been taking your time for 2.5 years. Esther's voice had an edge now, the particular sharpness she used when she was worried and didn't know how to show it. People are starting to talk. They're wondering what's wrong, why you haven't announced, why a perfectly gut young man seems to be waiting for something that never comes. There's nothing wrong. Then prove it. Esther stepped closer, her eyes boring into Lucinda's. Talk to him today at the celebration. Let him know you're ready to move forward. Because if you're not, Lucinda, you need to tell me now, before this goes any further. Lucinda's heart was pounding so hard she could feel it in her throat. This was her chance. Her ma'am was asking directly, practically demanding an answer. She could tell the truth right now. She could explain about Atlee, about the letters, about how she'd never been interested in Marlin as anything more than a friend. But when she opened her mouth, what came out was, I'll talk to him, ma'am. Today. The relief on Esther's face was almost painful to see. Gut. That's gut. She turned back to the pies, her shoulders relaxing. I knew you just needed a little push. You've always been too patient for your own gut, Doctor. Sometimes a woman has to take charge of her own future. Lucinda nodded, her throat too tight for words. The buggy ride to the Byler farm was quiet. Lucinda sat beside her ma'am with the pies balanced on her lap, watching the familiar landscape slide past without really seeing it. Her mind was elsewhere and everywhere. Flitting from Atlee's letter, to Rose, to the conversation she needed to have, and the truth she was still too afraid to speak. I cannot wait forever. She understood that. Understood that every day she delayed was a day she was choosing fear over love, secrets over honesty, the life her ma'am wanted for her over the life she wanted for herself. It wasn't fair, hadn't been for some time. She had to choose. But understanding and doing were two different things. When they arrived at the Byler farm, the celebration was already in full swing. Buggies lined the lane, and the yard was full of people milling around. Women were carrying dishes, men were moving horses, parking the buggies, or gathered in clusters talking about crops and weather. Kinner ran between legs and under tables laughing and talking in the sunshine. Lucinda spotted Rose almost immediately, standing near the food tables with her ma'am. She was wearing a soft green dress that made her eyes look even more gray-blue than usual. She was smiling at something Bertha was saying, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. She looked tired, sad, as if she'd been worn down by the world. It was the same way she'd looked for weeks now, ever since Henry's hope chest arrived. Guilt pressed heavily against Lucinda's ribs. Today. I'll tell her today. Go on. Her ma'am's voice was at her elbow, low and insistent. Find Marlin. Let him know you're here. Lucinda swallowed hard. I will, ma'am. She walked toward the food tables, but her eyes were on Rose, noticing the way she stood slightly apart from the others, and the way she kept glancing toward the lane as if waiting for someone. Or watching for someone. Lucinda knew, with sudden, terrible clarity, exactly who Rose was waiting to see. And she knew that if she didn't tell the truth soon, the damage she'd caused would be impossible to undo. She squared her shoulders and walked toward her best friend. The words she needed to say were already forming on her tongue. Rose. There's something I need to tell you. About Marlin. About everything. But before she could reach her, a voice called out behind her, Lucinda. Over here. She turned to find Betty Glick waving enthusiastically, a plate of cookies in her hands and a smile on her face that promised at least 30 minutes of conversation about hope chests and weddings and the proper way to land a husband. Lucinda's heart sank. But she couldn't ignore Betty. That would be rude, and rude was noticed, and noticed was exactly what she needed to avoid. Betty. She forced a smile. What a lovely celebration. Isn't it? Betty pressed the plate of cookies into Lucinda's hands. These are for the dessert table, but you should try one first. It's a new recipe, with honey and oats. I've been experimenting. Lucinda took a cookie and bit into it without tasting anything. Over Betty's shoulder, Rose was still standing by the food tables, still looking around with that quiet, searching expression. I was just telling your ma'am, Betty continued, her voice dropping to what she probably thought was a confidential whisper, that these wedding celebrations are the perfect place for young couples to make announcements. So many people gathered, so much joy in the air. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity. The cookie turned to ash in Lucinda's mouth. I'm sure Susan and Reuben wouldn't appreciate having their celebration stolen, she managed. Oh, pish. Betty waved a dismissive hand. Susan wouldn't mind a bit. She's such a generous soul, and she and Reuben had their moment at the actual wedding. A celebration like this is meant to be shared. Lucinda set the plate of cookies on the nearest table, afraid her hands were shaking too badly to hold them steady. I should help with the food, she said. Excuse me, Betty. Of course, dear. But don't forget what I said. Betty called after her. Marlin is a patient man, but even patience has its limits. The words followed Lucinda across the yard, each one landing hard. She walked blindly, not toward Rose now but away, toward the edge of the gathering, toward the quiet space between the barn and the fence where she could catch her breath. Patience has its limits. Atli's letter echoed in her memory. I cannot wait forever. Everyone was running out of patience. Everyone except Lucinda, who had nothing but patience, or maybe it was just cowardice dressed up in a prettier name. She leaned against the fence, her hands gripping the rough wood, and tried to steady her breathing. Across the yard, her ma'am was talking to Sarah Beeler, Rose was helping carry dishes to the food table, and Marlin was arriving in his buggy with his dade beside him. Rose looked up when Marlin's buggy appeared. Just a quick glance, barely noticeable. But Lucinda noticed. She saw the way Rose's whole body leaned toward him for just a moment before she caught herself and looked away. And she saw Marlin's eyes find Rose in the crowd almost immediately, the way they always did, as if he couldn't help himself. The guilt was a physical weight in Lucinda's chest. 2 years. 2.5 years of watching them circle each other, of seeing the longing in their eyes, of knowing that she was the wall standing between them. She had to tell Rose. She had to end this today, before she lost her nerve again. But first, she had to get through this celebration without her ma'am noticing that anything was wrong. She had to smile and make conversation and pretend to be the dutiful doctor Esther expected. Though she hated it, she had to keep performing the life she'd never wanted, just a little while longer. It would be cruel to her ma'am to undo this today. That must come in private. Lucinda pushed away from the fence and walked back toward the gathering, her chin lifted, her smile firmly in place. Tonight, she promised herself, after the celebration, I'll find Rose and tell her everything. But even as she made the promise, a small voice in the back of her mind whispered that she'd made this same promise before. And broken it every time. Chapter 10. Susan Wagler, Susan Byler now, moved through the celebration with the particular glow of a woman who'd found exactly what she'd been looking for. Rose watched her from across the yard, a basket of bread in her hands, and tried to name the feeling that sat heavy in her chest. It wasn't jealousy, exactly. She was genuinely happy for Susan, who'd spent years caring for her dade after their ma'am, Mary's death. She'd nearly given up on love altogether before Reuben showed her that she deserved more than the quiet life she'd resigned herself to. That was a story that made her heart warm, but this feeling, it was something else. Something closer to grief, maybe. The ache of seeing what she wanted so clearly, laid out before her like a map she couldn't follow. Susan caught Rose's eye across the crowd and waved, her smile bright and warm. Rose waved back, forcing her own smile to match. This was a celebration. A time for joy. She would not be the shadow in the corner, dampening everyone else's happiness with her own melancholy. Rose. Betty Glick appeared at her elbow, her face flushed with excitement. There you are. I was just telling the Millers about your hope chest. Rose's smile faltered. My hope chest? Henry Wagler's hope chest, I mean. You know, the one with the prayer inside. Betty's eyes were bright with the particular gleam of a woman who loved a gut story. I was saying that it's practically a guarantee. Look at Emma and Susan. Both of them had chests, and both of them married within the year. Your turn is coming, Rose. I can feel it. I'm not sure that's how it works, Betty. Of course it is. Betty patted her arm with a warm, slightly damp hand. Henry's prayers are special. Everyone says so. You just wait. By this time next year, we'll be celebrating your wedding. Rose's throat tightened. She wanted to argue, she wanted to point out that hope chests were just wood and prayer notes were just words and marriages happened because two people chose each other, not because an old man whispered to his dead fra. But Betty was already moving on, weaving through the crowd toward her next conversation, leaving Rose standing alone with a basket of bread and a heart full of things she couldn't say. She moved toward the food tables, looking for somewhere to put the bread, somewhere to stand where she wouldn't be noticed. The celebration swirled around her like these things always did. There was laughter and conversation, and the particular energy that came from a community gathered in joy, but she was on the outer edge, never part of it. Or that was how she felt. Kinner darted between the adults, their shouts of play rising above the murmur of voices. The afternoon sun cast everything in warm gold, and the long tables groaned under the weight of casseroles and breads and pies brought by every family in Faith's Creek. "I might ask Henry for a chest for my Ruth," a woman was saying, her voice carrying from behind a cluster of tables. Rose didn't recognize her immediately, someone's cousin, maybe, visiting from another district. She's 23 now, and not a single young man has shown interest. Maybe one of Henry's prayers would help. It couldn't hurt. And that voice Rose did recognize. It was her own ma'am, steady and certain. "Look at my Rose. She's been holding that prayer note for weeks now, reading it every night. Something's shifting in her. I can see it." Rose's face went hot. She set the bread basket down too hard, making the women look up and notice her standing there. "Rose." Bertha's expression flickered with surprise and then guilt. "I didn't see you. I brought the bread." Rose's voice came out flat. "Where should it go?" "Over there." Bertha gestured vaguely toward the end of the table. "With the other baked goods." Rose moved the basket without speaking. Behind her, she could hear the other woman murmuring something to Bertha. It was probably about the hope chest, probably about how nice it was that Rose had won, probably about how surely it would work its magic soon. She was so tired of being discussed. "Rose." The voice came from behind her, deep and hesitant, and Rose's whole body went still before she turned. Marlin stood a few feet away, his hands shoved in his pockets the way they always were when he was nervous. His dark eyes were fixed on her face with an intensity that made her skin prickle. "Can we talk?" he asked quietly. "Somewhere private?" Rose's heart slammed against her ribs. She glanced around. Her ma'am was still deep in conversation, Betty Glick was chattering to someone across the yard, and nay one was paying attention to them at all. About what? About, he broke off as a small boy careened between them, chased by two others. About the other day. What I said. I didn't mean it the way it came out. It's fine, Marlin. It's not. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Rose, I need you to understand something. Marlin. A woman's voice cut through his words. One of the Byler aunts, if Rose remembered correctly. Could you help us move the benches? We need more seating. Marlin's jaw tightened. In a moment. We need it now, dear. Before the bishop arrives for the blessing. Rose saw the frustration flash across his face, which he quickly suppressed. He was too polite to refuse, too conscientious to put his own needs ahead of others. It was one of the things she loved about him. And hated, in moments like this. Go, she said quietly. Help with the benches. We can talk later. Rose. Later, Marlin. He held her gaze for a moment longer, something urgent and desperate in his expression. Then he nodded once and turned to follow the Byler aunt, his shoulders tight with whatever he'd been trying to say. Her shoulders dropped as the tension drained from them. What had he been about to tell her? An apology, probably. A better version of the clumsy words he'd stumbled over at the mailbox. What you need is a husband. She didn't need to hear it again. She didn't need him to explain himself. She didn't need anything from him at all. She felt eyes on her. Rose turned, scanning the crowd, and found Lucinda standing near the barn, watching her with an expression Rose couldn't read. When their eyes met, Lucinda looked away quickly, too quickly, like someone caught doing something they shouldn't. Rose's stomach dropped. Of course. Lucinda had seen her talking to Marlin. She'd probably seen him lean in close, had probably noticed the intensity of his expression, and had probably wondered what her best friend was doing having private conversations with the man Lucinda was supposed to marry. Rose should go to her and explain that it was nothing. That Marlin was just apologizing for his earlier comment. There was nothing romantic, nothing inappropriate. They were friends, after all. Old friends. It was natural for friends to talk at celebrations. But when she took a step toward Lucinda, someone else got there first. Esther Yoder appeared at her doctor's side, leaning in to say something that made Lucinda's face go pale. Then they both walked away, toward the house, not looking back. Rose was left standing alone by the food tables, the celebration continuing around her, the bread she'd brought already half gone. She didn't know what was happening. She didn't understand why Lucinda kept watching her with that guilty, conflicted expression. She didn't understand why Marlin kept trying to tell her things he couldn't seem to finish. Something was wrong. Something she couldn't see, something she couldn't name, and couldn't understand. And the not knowing was almost worse than anything else. The rest of the celebration passed in a blur of activity that Rose threw herself into with desperate energy. If her hands were busy, she didn't have to think. If she was carrying dishes or slicing bread or filling water pitchers, she didn't have to wonder why Lucinda kept avoiding her or why Marlin kept watching her from across the yard with that frustrated, desperate expression. Sure, his words were clumsy, but she wished he'd forget them and move on. She helped serve the main meal, moving down the long tables with bowls of mashed potatoes and platters of roasted chicken. She washed dishes until her hands were red and wrinkled, scrubbing each plate with more force than necessary. She swept the kitchen when the older women asked for help, carried chairs when the men needed to rearrange seating, and made herself useful in every way she could think of. Anything to keep moving. Anything to avoid standing still and feeling. But even in motion, she couldn't escape the weight in her chest. Every time she caught a glimpse of Susan and Reuben together, his hand on her back, her smile turning bright at something he said, the ache grew sharper. That was what love looked like. That easy, natural belonging. That sense of having found exactly where you were meant to be. Rose had never felt that. Had never stood beside someone and felt the world settle into rightness around them. Maybe she never would. At one point, she passed the spot where Marlin was standing with his date and several other men, deep in conversation about something agricultural. He looked up as she walked by, his eyes finding hers immediately, and opened his mouth as if to say something. Rose looked away first. She kept walking. She didn't let herself wonder what he'd been about to say. Betty Glick caught her near the dessert table, pressing a slice of pie into her hands and chattering about how wonderful it was that so many young couples were finding their way to each other. Rose ate the pie without tasting it, nodded in all the right places, and tried not to count the minutes until she could leave. She smiled when she was supposed to smile and laughed when she was supposed to laugh and pretended, as hard as she could, that she was fine. She wasn't fine. At last, she escaped and leaned against a fence. The sun was setting, her heart was breaking, and she didn't know how to carry on. Chapter 11. Rose was slipping away. Marlin watched her move through the crowd, her head down, her shoulders hunched against some invisible weight. She'd been like this all through the celebration, present but not present, going through the motions while something inside her was crumbling. And it was his fault. Or at least, partly his fault. The rest belonged to the 2.5 years of lies he'd been living, the secrets he'd been keeping, the cowardice that had let him watch her fade while he did nothing to stop it. He saw her slip out the side door of the Byler house, heading toward the quiet space behind the barn where the noise of the celebration couldn't reach. Before he could think better of it, he was following. Not today. Not like this. He'd tried to talk to her earlier, tried to explain, but something always interrupted them. The Byler aunt needing the benches moved. Betty Glick appearing with questions about farm equipment. Lucinda's mam sweeping through the gathering like a storm, her eyes sharp and watchful. But now Rose was alone. And so was he. And if he didn't say something, if he didn't at least try to fix what he'd broken, he would never forgive himself. She was standing near the fence when he found her, her arms wrapped around herself, staring out at the darkening fields. The sunset painted the sky in shades of orange and pink, and in that light, Rose looked almost fragile. Like something that could break if he wasn't careful. The wooden fence rails were rough beneath Marlin's hand as he approached, weathered by years of sun and rain. A mockingbird called from somewhere in the hedgerow, its song threading through the evening air. The grass beneath his feet was soft with spring growth. He would be careful. Rose. She turned, and he saw the flash of surprise in her eyes before she shuttered it away. Marlin. What are you doing here? Looking for you. He stopped a few feet away, giving her space, letting her decide whether she wanted him closer. We didn't get to finish our conversation earlier. There wasn't much to finish. There was. He took a breath, trying to organize the words that always scattered when he needed them most. What I said at the mailbox, about you needing a husband, I didn't mean it the way it sounded. How did you mean it? The question was flat, guarded. Rose was watching him with an expression that made his chest ache, not angry, exactly, but hurt. Tired. As if she'd been worn down by too many people saying too many things about what she should do and who she should be. I meant, he broke off, frustrated. Rose, I'm not good with words. You know that. Every time I try to say something important, it comes out wrong. Then maybe you shouldn't try to say important things. The sharpness in her voice surprised him. Rose was never sharp. She was soft and patient and kind, always making room for other people's stumbles. But right now, she wasn't making room for his. I'm sorry, he said quietly. For all of it. For making you feel like a project. For saying you needed fixing. He stopped, the truth stuck in his throat. Tell her. Tell her everything. Everyone expects me to accept being alone. Rose's voice cut through his thoughts. She wasn't looking at him anymore. Her gaze had drifted back to the fields, to the gathering darkness. That's what they all think, she continued, her voice soft but steady. My ma'am, Betty Glick, the women at service who pat my hand and tell me God has a plan. They all look at me and see a woman who should be grateful for whatever crumbs come her way. A woman who asks too much if she wants love, who hopes too much if she dreams of marriage, who expects too much if she wants anything beyond what she's been given. Marlin's heart was breaking. He could feel it, crack by crack, as she spoke. Rose. And maybe they're right. Her voice caught slightly. Maybe I've been foolish to hope for something more. Maybe I should just accept that this is my life. That I'm the quiet doctor, the helpful friend, the woman everyone overlooks because there's nothing remarkable about her to see. That's not true. Isn't it? She turned to face him, and he saw tears shining in her eyes, unshed, controlled, but there. Tell me, Marlin. In all the years you've known me, have you ever looked at me and seen something remarkable? The question hit him like a fist to the chest. Yes. Every single day. The words were right there, pressing against his teeth. He could say them. Could tell her the truth right now. Could let her know that he'd been watching her for years, that her quiet steadiness was more remarkable than all the flash and sparkle in the world, that he'd loved her since before he knew what love was. Rose, Marlin. Esther Yoder's voice cut through the evening air like a blade. Marlin turned to find Lucinda's ma'am striding toward them, her expression fixed in what she probably thought was a warm smile but looked more like a warning. There you are, Esther said, her voice carrying in the quiet. I've been looking for you. Lucinda was wondering where you'd gotten to. I was just talking to Rose, I see. Esther's eyes swept over Rose with a quick, assessing glance that made Marlin's stomach clench. How kind of you to keep her company. But you should really be with your future Fra, don't you think? People are starting to notice how often you slip away. The words were pointed, deliberate. Not just a reminder. A correction. A public reminder that Marlin belonged to Lucinda, not to the quiet woman standing alone by the fence. Rose's face had gone pale. I was just going inside, she said, her voice almost inaudible. Excuse me. She moved past them without meeting Marlin's eyes, her shoulders rigid, her steps quick. Marlin watched her go, his hands clenched at his sides, his whole body vibrating with the need to call her back. But Esther was still watching. Still smiling that sharp, knowing smile. Lucinda has been so patient with you, Esther said, her voice pitched for Marlin's ears alone. It's one of the things I admire about her. But even patience has its limits, Marlin. A young man who keeps seeking out other women's company sends a particular kind of message. I wasn't. I know what you were doing. Esther's smile didn't waver, but her eyes were hard. I've seen the way you look at Rose Esch. Everyone has. And while I'm sure your friendship is perfectly innocent, you must understand how it appears. Lucinda deserves better than a husband who can't keep his attention where it belongs. The injustice of it burned in Marlin's throat. He wanted to tell Esther the truth. To let her know that the courtship was fake, that he'd never loved Lucinda, that the only woman he'd ever wanted was walking away from him right now because of a lie that had gone on far too long. But the words wouldn't come. They never did. I'll go find Lucinda, he said instead, his voice hollow. That would be wise. Esther patted his arm with a patronizing gentleness that made his skin crawl. I know you're a gut man, Marlin. I just want to make sure you stay that way. She walked back toward the house, her bearing regal, her victory complete. Marlin stood alone by the fence, watching the last of the sunset fade from the sky. Somewhere inside, Rose was probably helping with dishes or making small talk or doing all the things she always did to make herself useful. To make herself invisible. And he'd let her go. Again. Gut intentions still require truth. Henry's words echoed in his mind, mocking him. He'd had so many gut intentions. Had wanted so badly to tell Rose the truth, to fix what he'd broken, to be the man she deserved instead of the coward he kept proving himself to be. But every time he tried, something stopped him. Fear. Interruption. The weight of years of lies pressing down on his chest until he couldn't breathe, until he couldn't speak, until he couldn't do anything but stand there and watch the woman he loved walk away. He walked back to the celebration slowly, his feet heavy, his heart heavier. Lucinda was waiting by the food tables, her expression neutral when she saw him approach. "My ma'am talked to you," she said quietly. "I'm sorry. I tried to stop her, but I couldn't." "It's fine." It wasn't fine. Nothing about this was fine. Rose heard everything. Lucinda's face went pale. "Everything?" "Your ma'am made it very clear where my attention should be." Marlin's voice was bitter. Rose looked like she wanted to disappear. "Marlin, I'm sorry. I can't do this anymore." The words came out hard, final. "I can't watch her hurt and pretend I don't care. I can't stand next to you and let everyone believe this lie." He broke off, aware that they were in public, that anyone could overhear. "We need to talk. Somewhere private." Lucinda nodded slowly. "Tomorrow. Come to the farm. We'll figure something out." "Figure what out?" "How to keep lying. How to let Rose believe that I love you." "Tomorrow." Lucinda's voice was firm. "Not here. Not like this." Marlin stared at her, his jaw tight, his hands clenched at his sides. Then he nodded once and walked away. Chapter 12. The sun was setting by the time the gathering began to break up. Rose helped her ma'am pack the empty dishes into their buggy, her arms aching and her heart heavier than when she'd arrived. "You did well today," Bertha said as they climbed into the buggy. "I saw you talking to Marlin." Rose's hands clenched in her lap. "We're friends, ma'am." "Friends." Bertha's voice was flat. "He seems to seek you out often, for a man who's courting someone else." "I don't know what you mean." "I think you do." Bertha clicked to the horse, setting them moving down the lane. "I also saw Lucinda watching you." "And her ma'am pulling her away." Rose said nothing. What was there to say? "There's something happening there," Bertha continued. "Something you're not telling me." "There's nothing happening." The lie tasted bitter on Rose's tongue. "Marlin is Lucinda's. Everyone knows that." "Do they?" Bertha glanced at her sidelong. "Because the way he looks at you, doctor, doesn't match the way a man looks at his friend. And the way Lucinda watches you both doesn't match the way a woman watches her future husband talk to her best friend." Rose's chest ached. She turned her face away, watching the fields slide past in the gathering dusk. "I don't know what any of it means," she admitted finally. "I don't understand why Marlin keeps trying to talk to me, or why Lucinda looks at me like she's keeping a secret. I don't understand anything anymore." Bertha was quiet. Then she reached over and patted Rose's knee with one rough, work-worn hand. "Maybe it's time you found out," she said. "Maybe it's time you asked the questions you've been avoiding." Rose thought about that all the way home. Thought about Marlin's urgent expression, about Lucinda's guilty glances, about the secrets hiding just beneath the surface of everything she believed. Ask the questions you've been avoiding. When they arrived home, Rose helped her ma'am unload the buggy in silence. She unharnessed the horse and tended to his needs. When she finished, the house was dark and quiet, the familiar rooms feeling somehow different in the wake of everything she'd seen today. She climbed the stairs to her room and paused in the doorway, looking at the hope chest that sat at the foot of her bed. Henry's wheat sheaf carving caught the moonlight coming through the window, the carved grains seeming to glow silver in the darkness. The prayer was still hidden beneath the quilts, folded and tucked away where no one would see. But Rose could feel its presence anyway, could feel Henry's words pressing against her heart. If she's standing back because she believes love belongs to someone else, I pray she will be given truth. What if the truth was something she'd been blind to all along? What if Marlin's strange behavior and Lucinda's guilty glances were pieces of a puzzle she hadn't known she was supposed to be solving? Rose crossed to the chest and knelt beside it, her hands resting on the smooth wooden lid. She didn't open it. She didn't need to read the prayer again, she'd memorized every word. Instead, she bowed her head and did something she hadn't done in a long time. She prayed. Not the formal prayers of Sunday service, not the rote words she'd learned as a kinner. Just a quiet, desperate plea, offered up to a God she hoped was listening. Help me understand. Help me see what I've been missing. And give me the courage to ask the questions I've been avoiding, even if the answers break my heart. The house settled around her, quiet and still. Outside, a night bird called once and then fell silent. Rose stayed on her knees for a long time, waiting for something. For what? An answer, a sign, a feeling of peace? Nothing came. But when she finally climbed into bed and closed her eyes, she felt something she hadn't felt in weeks. Hope. Small and fragile and probably foolish. But hope was there. Marlin found his dade near the buggy, already hitching up the horse, and climbed up beside him without speaking. Jeremiah gave him a long, assessing look, but didn't ask questions. It was one of the many things Marlin appreciated about his father. The ride home was quiet except for the clop of hooves on the lane and the creak of the buggy wheels. The stars were coming out overhead, cold and bright in the darkening sky, and Marlin watched them without really seeing them. Rose's face haunted him. The way she'd looked when she asked if he'd ever seen something remarkable in her. The way her expression had crumpled when Esther's words landed. The way she'd walked away without looking back, as if she'd finally given up on hoping for something that was never going to come. He had done that to her. He and Lucinda, with their careful lie. They had built a wall between Marlin and Rose, brick by brick, and now that wall was so high he didn't know if he could climb over it. You want to talk about it? Jeremiah's voice was quiet, unhurried. Nay. Marlin's throat was too tight for words. I don't know. Take your time. The fields slid past, familiar shapes in the darkness. Marlin had driven this road thousands of times, had watched these same stars from this same buggy, had thought these same thoughts about the life he was supposed to be living versus the life he actually wanted. I've made a mess of things, he said finally. With Rose. With Lucinda. With everyone. Jeremiah was quiet for a moment. The Yoder girl? And Rose Esch. Ah. There was a world of understanding in that single syllable. I've seen how you look at the Esch girl. Your ma'am noticed too, before she passed. Marlin's chest ached. His ma'am had been gone for 3 years now, but he still missed her, her gentle wisdom, her ability to see through his silences to what lay beneath. I love her, he said. The words came out rough, raw. I've loved her for years. But I made a promise to Lucinda, and I've been keeping it, and now Rose thinks He broke off, unable to finish. Sometimes promises that start from gut places lead us to bad ones, Jeremiah said quietly. The question isn't whether you made a mistake. The question is what you do now. I don't know what to do. Every time I try to tell the truth, something stops me. Fear. Interruption. My own stupidity. Then stop trying to tell the truth and start living it. Jeremiah clicked to the horse, guiding them around a curve in the road. Words are gut, but actions are better. If you love Rose, act like it. Stop standing next to Lucinda and pretending you belong there. Stop watching Rose from across rooms and never crossing to her side. But the lie will end when you stop living it. Jeremiah's voice was firm. You can't undo the past, son. You can only choose what comes next. Marlin thought about that as their farm came into view, its familiar silhouette dark against the star-filled sky. His dad was right. He'd spent years waiting for the perfect moment to tell the truth, and that moment had never come. Maybe it was time to stop waiting and start doing. Tomorrow, he would go to Lucinda and end the fake courtship. He would face Esther's anger and the community's questions and whatever else came his way. He would finally, be honest about who he was and what he wanted. And then he would find Rose. He would tell her everything, even if his words came out wrong, even if he stumbled and fumbled and made a fool of himself. Because Rose deserved the truth. And Marlin deserved a chance to give it to her. He climbed down from the buggy and helped his dad unhitch the horse, his movements slow and deliberate. The night air was cool against his face, carrying the green, earthy freshness of spring. "Thank Dad," he said quietly. "For listening. That's what dads are for." Jeremiah clapped him on the shoulder. "Go to bed, son. Tomorrow will come soon enough." Marlin nodded and walked toward the house, his steps lighter than they'd been in weeks. Tomorrow, he would find a way to end this. Tomorrow, he would tell Rose the truth. And maybe, just maybe, tomorrow would be the start of something new. Chapter 13. The morning after the celebration, Rose woke with a decision already made. She would stop leaning on Marlin Botranger. She would stop seeking him out at gatherings, stop watching for him at singings, and stop hoping that their conversations meant something more than friendship. He belonged to Lucinda. Everyone knew that. Esther Yoder had made that abundantly clear. Rose was tired of putting herself where she wasn't wanted. She threw herself into work with a kind of desperate energy, the way she always did when her heart hurt too much to sit still. She helped her ma'am with the spring cleaning, scrubbing floors until her arms ached and her knees were sore from kneeling on the hard wooden boards. She dragged rugs outside and beat them until clouds of dust rose into the bright morning air and clung to her dress. She mended clothes, reorganized the pantry, and did every task she could think of that would keep her hands busy and her mind from wandering toward places it shouldn't go. Bertha noticed, of course. Bertha noticed everything. "You're working too hard," she said on the third day, watching Rose attack a pile of mending with more vigor than the task required. The afternoon light streamed warm through the kitchen windows, and a breeze carried the sounds of the farm. The clucking of chickens scratching in the yard, the distant clang of a gate swinging shut. There's a lot to do. There's always a lot to do. That doesn't mean you need to do it all in 1 week. Rose didn't answer. She just kept her needle moving, her eyes fixed on the fabric in her hands. Bertha was quiet for a moment. Then she sighed and sat down across from Rose, her own mending abandoned on the table between them. "You're still thinking about the celebration," she said. It wasn't a question. I'm trying not to think about anything. That's not the same as being at peace. Rose's hands stilled. She looked up at her ma'am, and all the walls she'd built nearly crumbled. The urge to let go, to let someone in, was overwhelming. I don't know how to be at peace, she admitted. I don't know how to stop hoping for things that are never going to happen. I don't know how to be content with the life I have instead of wanting. She broke off, unable to finish. Wanting what? More. The word came out small, ashamed. I want more than this, ma'am. More than being the quiet doctor who helps with chores. More than standing in corners at weddings, watching everyone else find what I can't seem to reach. I want to be chosen. I want to be wanted. I want someone to look at me the way Reuben looks at Susan, like I'm the most important thing in his world. The words sat there, raw and exposed. Rose felt her cheeks flush with the embarrassment of having said too much. But Bertha's expression wasn't judgmental. It was soft, almost sad. There's nothing wrong with wanting more, she said quietly. There's nothing shameful about hoping for love. The only shame would be in giving up before you've given God a chance to answer. I've been waiting for God to answer for years, ma'am. I'm starting to think the silence is the answer. Bertha reached across the table and took Rose's hands, stilling the restless movement of her fingers. Sometimes God's answers take forms we don't recognize. Sometimes what looks like silence is actually preparation. She squeezed Rose's fingers gently. Don't give up yet, doctor. Not when you're so close to breaking through. Rose didn't know what that meant. She didn't know what she was supposedly close to breaking through. But she nodded anyway, because it was easier than arguing. That afternoon, she walked to the store for supplies. It was good to be out of the house, to feel the spring air on her face and the solid earth beneath her feet. The fields were green and growing, the world coming alive after the long winter, and for a few moments, Rose let herself just breathe. A buggy slowed beside her on the road. Rose. Reuben Byler's voice was warm and familiar. You look like you could use a ride. Rose looked up, surprised. Reuben was alone in the buggy, his broad shoulders relaxed, his expression kind. He'd always been kind to her. He was one of those quiet, steady men who noticed things other people missed. I'm just going to the store. It's not far. Then I'll drive slow. He gestured to the seat beside him. Climb up. Susan would never forgive me if I let her friend walk when I could offer a ride. Rose hesitated only a moment before accepting. The buggy's seat was warm from the sun, and Reuben clicked to the horse, setting them moving at an easy pace. For a while, they drove in comfortable silence. Reuben wasn't a man who felt the need to fill every quiet moment with words, and Rose appreciated that about him. Susan told me about the hope chest, he said finally, his voice gentle. And about the prayer Henry wrote for you. Rose's hands clenched in her lap. Everyone seems to know about that. Henry's chests tend to draw attention. Reuben's eyes stayed on the road ahead. They drew plenty of attention when Susan received hers. She didn't know what to make of it at first. Thought her dade was interfering in something that wasn't his business. That's not far from how I felt. I imagined so. He was quiet for a moment. Susan told me once that she misread Henry's prayer completely. That she thought he was asking God to find her a husband when really he was asking God to show her that she deserved to be loved. It took her weeks to understand the difference. Rose turned to look at him. What do you mean? I mean that truth takes time. Reuben's voice was steady, unhurried. Sometimes we read a situation and think we know what it means, but we're only seeing part of the picture. The whole truth, the real truth, takes longer to reveal itself. Something stirred in Rose's chest. Are you talking about me? Or about Susan? Maybe both. He glanced at her sideways, a small smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Not all things that look one way are what they seem. Sometimes the answer we're waiting for is already there, hidden in plain sight. Rose shook her head slowly. I don't understand. You will. He clicked to the horse, picking up the pace as the store came into view. Just don't give up yet, Rose. And don't assume you know how the story ends before the final chapter is written. He dropped her at the store with a friendly wave, and Rose stood watching his buggy disappear down the road, her mind churning with questions she didn't know how to answer. Not all things that look one way are what they seem. What had he meant by that? Was he talking about Marlin and Lucinda? About something else entirely? About Rose herself and the way she'd been reading her own life? She completed her shopping in a daze, hardly noticing what she was buying. The walk home was longer than usual because she kept stopping to think, kept turning Reuben's words over in her mind. Sometimes the answer we're waiting for is already there, hidden in plain sight. The farm came into view as the sun began sinking toward the horizon. Rose walked up the lane, her basket heavy in her arms, her thoughts still tangled. Inside, the house was quiet. Her ma'am had gone to help a neighbor with something, leaving Rose alone with the silence and her own confused heart. She climbed the stairs to her room and stood for a moment in the doorway, looking at the hope chest that sat at the foot of her bed. It looked the same as always. Beautiful, the dark wood, carved wheat sheath, iron hinges that didn't creak. But something felt different. Or maybe Rose felt different. She wasn't sure. She crossed to the chest and knelt beside it, lifting the lid with careful hands. The quilts inside were neatly folded, just as she'd left them. And beneath them, the prayer note. Rose pulled it out and unfolded it, her eyes tracing the familiar words. The paper was soft in her hands, worn thin from handling. The creases were deep and permanent, lines pressed into the page by weeks of reading and rereading. I asked God to guard her from the lie that being overlooked means being unworthy. She had read that line 100 times. Had felt its truth pressing against her heart, breaking down the walls she'd built around her hope. But now, with Reuben's words echoing in her mind, she saw something else. Something she'd missed before. If she's standing back because she believes love belongs to someone else, I pray she will be given truth. Standing back. Believing love belonged to someone else. She had been standing back. She had been assuming, for over 2 years, that Marlin's attention was directed elsewhere. That his kindness to her was just friendship, just the easy warmth he showed to everyone. But what if she'd been wrong? What if the truth she was waiting for had been hidden in plain sight all along? Rose folded the note carefully, her hands trembling slightly. She didn't know what any of it meant. She didn't know if Reuben had been hinting at something specific or just offering general wisdom. But for the first time in weeks, she felt something other than tired resignation settling into her chest. She felt curious. And maybe, just maybe, ready to start asking questions instead of assuming she already knew the answers. She slipped the note back beneath the quilts and closed the chest's lid, her palm resting on the carved wheat sheath. The wood was smooth and warm, polished by years of Henry's careful hands. Henry had known something when he wrote this prayer. He'd seen something in Rose that she couldn't see in herself, Or maybe he'd seen something in the world around her that she'd been too blind to notice. Not all things that look one way are what they seem. Reuben's words kept circling back, refusing to let her rest. He'd been married to Susan for only a few weeks, but he moved through the world with the quiet confidence of a man who understood things other people missed. What did he know that she didn't? The question nagged at her through dinner, through evening prayers, through the quiet ritual of preparing for bed. She lay in the darkness, staring at the ceiling, and let her mind wander through all the strange moments of the past few weeks. Marlin's fumbled words at the mailbox. His desperate expression at the celebration, as if he was trying to tell her something important but couldn't find the words. The way he kept seeking her out, kept watching her across rooms, kept appearing at her side as if drawn there by a force he couldn't resist. And Lucinda. Her best friend, who'd been acting stranger and stranger. Who watched Rose and Marlin together with guilt in her eyes. Who kept starting conversations and then stopping, as if there was something she wanted to say but couldn't. What if there was a secret? Something everyone knew except Rose? The thought was uncomfortable. She didn't like the idea of being left out, of being the last to understand what was happening in her own life. But Reuben had said truth took time to reveal itself. Maybe she just hadn't been paying attention. Tomorrow, she decided. Tomorrow, she would find Lucinda and ask her directly what was going on. She would push past the awkwardness that had developed between them and the careful deflections and demand an honest answer. Because if there was truth hidden in plain sight, Rose was tired of missing it. She was ready to see. The last thought she had before sleep claimed her was of Marlin's face at the celebration, the way he'd looked at her when Esther Yoder had pulled him away. There had been something in his expression. Something that looked like longing. Or maybe she was imagining things again. But maybe, just maybe, she wasn't. Sleep came slowly that night, but when it finally arrived, it brought dreams of hope chests and prayer notes and a dark-haired man whose words never came out right but whose eyes said everything. And for the first time in weeks, Rose didn't wake up sad. Chapter 14. The walk to the Esch farm felt longer than it had any right to be. Lucinda moved slowly, her feet dragging against the packed dirt of the lane, her mind churning with all the things she needed to say and all the ways they could go wrong. She'd rehearsed this conversation 100 times in her head. Had practiced the words until they felt smooth and polished, ready to deliver. But now that she was actually here, actually walking toward Rose's house with the intention of finally telling the truth, every word she'd prepared scattered like startled birds. Just tell her. Just say it. The fake courtship. Marlin loves you. I've been lying to everyone. The afternoon sun beat down on her back, warm and relentless. She could feel sweat gathering beneath her cap, could feel her pulse thudding in her throat with each step she took. Part of her wanted to turn around, to go home and write another letter to Atlee, to delay this conversation one more day, one more week, one more month. But Atlee's words echoed in her memory. I cannot wait forever. And neither could she. Neither could any of them. 2.5 years. 2.5 years of watching Marlin and Rose circle each other, of seeing the longing in their eyes and knowing that she was the wall standing between them. 2.5 years of lying to her best friend, of pretending to love a man she saw only as a brother, of building a fortress of secrets around a heart that belonged to someone else entirely. The farmhouse came into view, its white clapboard walls bright in the afternoon sun. Rose was in the yard, hanging laundry on the line, her movements slow and methodical. Even from a distance, the tension in her shoulders was visible in the careful way she moved. Rose had been more distant for some time. They talked less, laughed less, and she seemed to have lost her spark. She'd been different since the celebration. Even quieter, somehow. More withdrawn. As if whatever had happened that night, whatever Esther had said, whatever Marlin had failed to say, had finally broken something inside of her. And it was Lucinda's fault. All of it. Rose. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. Can we talk? Rose turned, and Lucinda saw the wariness flash across her friend's face before she could hide it. Lucinda. I wasn't expecting you. I know. I should have sent word. Lucinda moved closer, her hands clasped in front of her. But this is important. I need to tell you something. Rose's jaw tightened. She hung the last piece of laundry, a plain blue apron, worn soft from years of use, and turned to face Lucinda fully. If this is about Marlin. It is. Partly. Lucinda took a breath. Can we walk? Somewhere private? I don't want anyone to overhear. I have chores. Rose's voice was flat. Ma'am is expecting me to finish the laundry, and then there's the garden to weed, Anne. Please. The word came out more desperate than Lucinda intended. Rose, please. I've been trying to tell you something for weeks, and every time I start, something interrupts. I need you to give me 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes, and then if you want me to leave, I will. Rose studied her, searching Lucinda's face for something. Truth, maybe, or some sign of what was to come. Whatever she saw there made her expression soften slightly. Fine. 10 minutes. The relief that washed through Lucinda was so intense it nearly buckled her knees. 10 minutes. 10 minutes to undo 2.5 years of lies. It didn't feel like enough. It felt like too much. It felt like standing at the edge of a cliff and knowing she was about to jump. Why had she asked Marlin to keep her secret just a little longer? That was cruel and had put him in such a difficult position. When this started, she expected it to be for a few weeks, a few months at most, and here she was 2.5 years later, her life ruled by lies. They walked toward the side of the house, past the kitchen garden where the vegetables were coming up strong. The rows of beans and tomatoes and corn, all green shoots developing and reaching toward the sky. Lucinda remembered helping Rose plant this garden years ago, back when they were girls with dirt under their fingernails and not a secret between them. How had things gotten so complicated? It felt private here, just around the corner from the porch. The garden rose between them and the lane. A cardinal was singing in the hedgerow nearby, its bright notes falling through the air like drops of water. Lucinda stopped and turned to face Rose, her heart pounding so hard she could feel it in her throat. I've been lying to you, she said. The words came out in a rush, tumbling over each other. For 2.5 years. About. Lucinda. The voice cut through the afternoon air from the front of the house, sharp enough to carry across the garden. Both women turned to find Esther Yoder walking toward them, her face thunderous. What are you doing out here? I've been looking everywhere for you. Esther's eyes flicked to Rose, then back to her doctor. We need to go. Now. Lucinda's heart plummeted. Ma'am, I was just. I can see what you were doing. Gossiping when there's work to be done. Esther's voice was sharp, but there was something else beneath the sharpness, something that looked like fear. Come. We have things to discuss. Lucinda looked at Rose, desperate. She'd been so close. So close to finally telling the truth, to unburdening the weight she'd been carrying for all this time. But her mam was watching. And Lucinda knew that expression, knew that anything she said now would be heard, catalogued, used against her later. "I'm sorry," she whispered to Rose. We were just talking about the wedding. The leftovers. Whether there would be more visiting this week." The lie tasted bitter on her tongue. She saw Rose's expression flicker through confusion, then into understanding, and then into something that looked horribly like resignation. "Of course," Rose said quietly. "The wedding." "Lucinda." Esther's voice was a command. "Now." Lucinda turned and walked toward her mam, her shoulders rigid, her hands clenched at her sides. She didn't look back at Rose. She couldn't bear to see the hurt and confusion on her best friend's face. But she could feel Rose's eyes on her back, watching her walk away. "I was so close. So close to finally telling the truth." The buggy ride home was silent. Esther sat beside Lucinda with her hands folded in her lap, her expression carved from stone. The horse's hooves beat a steady rhythm against the packed dirt road, and the buggy wheels creaked with each turn, familiar sounds that today felt like accusations. Lucinda kept her eyes fixed on the passing fields, on the green stalks of corn reaching toward the sky, on anything that wasn't her mam's face. Her throat was tight with unshed tears, her chest aching with all the words she hadn't been able to speak. She'd been so close. So close to finally unburdening herself, to finally giving Rose the truth she deserved. And now the moment was gone. Swallowed up by her mam's watchful presence, by the fear that had ruled Lucinda's life for as long as she could remember. Esther didn't speak until they were well out of sight of the Esch farm, until the familiar landmarks had given way to the long stretch of road that led to the Yoder property. "What were you really talking about?" Lucinda's heart stuttered. "The wedding. Like I said. Don't lie to me, doctor." Esther's voice was low, dangerous. "I know when you're lying. I've known since you were a kinner." Lucinda stared straight ahead, her jaw tight. "We were talking about the wedding. You were talking about Marlin." Esther's eyes were sharp, knowing. "I saw your face when you turned around. You looked like a woman caught in the middle of a confession." Lucinda said nothing. What could she say? Her mam was right. She had been in the middle of a confession. Had been moments away from telling Rose everything. "Whatever you were about to tell her, don't." Esther's voice was firm. "Rose Esch doesn't need to know our business. And you don't need to be sharing secrets with women who can't be trusted to keep them. Rose can be trusted. Rose is lonely and desperate and looking for any sign that her situation might improve." Esther's voice was cold. "If you tell her that Marlin isn't really courting you, she'll chase after him. And then where will you be? Without a suitor, without prospects, without anything to show for 2.5 years of careful planning." Lucinda's hands clenched in her lap. "That's not fair. Life isn't fair." Esther turned to look at her doctor, and for a moment, genuine concern flickered in her eyes. "I'm trying to protect you, Lucinda. I'm trying to make sure you have a future. But I can only do that if you cooperate." Lucinda didn't answer. She sat in silence for the rest of the ride home, her mind churning, her heart heavy with all the things she hadn't been able to say. She'd tried. Had come so close to telling Rose the truth. But once again, the truth had been swallowed by fear and silence and her mam's unyielding control. And Rose was left behind, watching her go, wondering what secrets Lucinda was hiding. "I'll try again," Lucinda promised herself. Tomorrow. The next day. Whenever I can get her alone. But even as she made the promise, a small voice in the back of her mind whispered that she'd been making this same promise for 2.5 years. And breaking it every time. Rose stood in the garden for a long time after Lucinda and her mam left. The cardinal had stopped singing. The breeze had died down to nothing. Even the leaves overhead had gone still, as if the whole world was holding its breath, waiting to see what Rose would do with the fragments Lucinda had dropped at her feet. I've been lying to you. For 2.5 years. About what? The sentence had broken off before Lucinda could finish, swallowed by Esther's sharp voice. Rose turned the words over in her mind, trying to fit them into a shape that made sense. Lying. For 2.5 years. What kind of lie needed 2.5 years to build? What had Lucinda been carrying all this time that made her face look like that, pale and desperate and close to breaking? Rose walked back to the house slowly, her mind churning. The sun had shifted, casting long shadows across the yard. Her mam's laundry still hung on the line, the plain blue apron swaying gently in a breeze Rose hadn't noticed starting up again. She didn't know what to believe anymore. Didn't know what Lucinda had been about to say, or why her mam had appeared at the worst possible moment, or whether she would ever hear the rest of that sentence. But she knew one thing with absolute certainty. Lucinda was hiding something big. Something she'd been carrying for a long time and had finally tried to confess. And Rose was done waiting for the truth to reveal itself. It was time to start demanding answers. Chapter 15. Marlin found Lucinda in the barn behind the Yoder farmhouse, exactly where he'd expected her to be. He'd driven the buggy from his own farm with his heart pounding and his hands tight on the reins, rehearsing what he would say, trying to find words that would be honest without being cruel. The conversation needed to happen. It had needed to happen for months, maybe years. But that didn't make it any easier. Lucinda was sitting on a hay bale near the back wall, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes fixed on nothing. The late afternoon light slanted through the gaps in the barn boards, painting stripes of gold across the dusty floor. The hay beneath her rustled softly as she shifted, and somewhere in the rafters above, a barn swallow chirped once before falling silent. The air held the warm, dry taste of summer approaching, and the faint sound of voices drifted from the farmhouse beyond. She looked up when he walked in, and the expression on her face told him she'd been expecting this conversation. Maybe even hoping for it. "We need to talk," he said. "Ja." Lucinda's voice was quiet, resigned. "I know." He walked closer and sat down on a hay bale across from her, leaving enough distance between them to have a real conversation. The barn was quiet except for the soft sounds of chickens scratching in the yard outside and the occasional creak of wood settling in the afternoon heat. "This has to stop," Marlin said. The words came out more forceful than he'd intended, and he made himself take a breath. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so blunt." "You're right." Lucinda looked down at her hands. "I know you're right. The pretending." He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "It's hurting Rose. I can see it every time I look at her, this weight she's carrying, this belief that she's not worth choosing. And we did that to her, Lucinda. We made her think that. With our lie." Lucinda's eyes glistened, but she didn't argue. She didn't try to defend herself or make excuses. "I've watched her fade these past few weeks," Marlin continued. "Ever since that hope chest arrived, she's been trying so hard to believe she deserves something good. But every time she starts to hope, every time she looks at me and I see that question in her eyes, she pulls back. Because she thinks I belong to you. She's your friend, Lucinda said softly. She would never wish to hurt you. I know she wouldn't. That's the point. Marlin's voice cracked. She's too good, too kind, too honorable to ever say what she's really feeling. She would rather spend her whole life alone than hurt her best friend. And I can't do that to her, he broke off, pressing his hands against his face. The barn was silent. Then Lucinda spoke, her voice so quiet he had to strain to hear it. I love someone else. Marlin looked up. He knew, of course, about Atlee. He'd seen the way Lucinda sometimes got that faraway look in her eyes, the way she'd disappear for hours at a time with no explanation. But hearing her say it out loud made it real in a way it hadn't been for some time. He knew about the letters, but they hadn't spoken about it for months. There no longer seemed to be a plan to move from him to Atlee. At first, this had just been a holding pattern. To get her ma'am to back down until she could see Atlee was a gut man, but now. I still love Atlee, she said. He lives 3 districts away. We met at my cousin's wedding, almost 3 years ago, and I've been writing to him ever since. 3 years. Does your ma'am know yet? Nay. Lucinda's hands twisted in her lap. She would never accept him. His family is from a more progressive district. They have phones in their barns, and they use tractors for some fieldwork. My ma'am thinks they're practically English. But you still love him after all this time? Ja. The word came out broken, raw with longing. I love him more than I knew it was possible to love anyone. And I'd been hiding it for so long because I'm too afraid to tell my ma'am the truth. Marlin sat back, absorbing this. He'd been so focused on his own frustration, his own desperation to tell Rose how he felt, that he'd never really thought about what Lucinda was going through. She wasn't just lying to protect herself from her ma'am's pressure. She was hiding an entire love, an entire future, behind a wall of fear. They were more alike than he'd realized. You have to tell Rose, he said finally. About Atlee. About everything. I tried. Lucinda's voice was anguished. Today. I went to her house, and I started to tell her, and then my ma'am appeared and she broke off, shaking her head. I couldn't. I looked at my ma'am's face, and all the words just died in my throat. Then try again. It's not that simple, Marlin. It's exactly that simple. He stood up, frustration building in his chest. Rose is your best friend. She's been watching you court me all this time, believing every lie we've told her, stepping back from any chance at happiness because she thought you loved me. She deserves to know the truth. I know she does. Lucinda stood too, her face flushed. Don't you think I know that? Don't you think I lie awake every night hating myself for what I've done to her? Then tell her. Tomorrow. The next day. Soon, before she gives up completely. And what about my ma'am? Lucinda's voice rose. What happens when she finds out I've been lying to her for 3 years? What happens when she discovers I love a man she considers beneath our family? She'll never forgive me, Marlin. She'll never let me marry him. I agreed to this for a short time, to help you out. If you don't tell her, I will, but I feel she needs to hear it from you first. I feel that if I tell her, it will be like I'm betraying you. You have to tell her, we cannot keep pretending forever. I don't know. The words tore out of her, ragged with desperation. I don't know what to do. I've been trying to figure out a way to tell her, a way to make her understand, but every time I think about it, I feel like I can't breathe. My ma'am controls everything, Marlin. Every time I try, she's there. She controls my whole life. For so long, it's all been about doing what she wants, being who she wants me to be. I don't know how to be anyone else. Marlin's anger softened. He knew that feeling. He'd felt the weight of expectations, the fear of disappointing the people you loved. His own date had never been as controlling as Esther Yoder, but Marlin still knew what it felt like to carry the burden of someone else's hopes for your future. Lucinda. He put his hands on her shoulders. I'm not trying to make this harder for you. I know it's not easy. But we can't keep living like this. We can't keep hurting Rose because we're too afraid to face the truth. Lucinda looked up at him, tears streaming down her face. What if I lose everything? My ma'am, my family, my place in this community? You won't. She will be angry, but she will come round, and what if you do? Marlin's voice was gentle. What if the cost of telling the truth is everything you've been clinging to? Would it be worth it to finally be free? To finally be with the man you love? She didn't answer. Just stood there, crying silently, her whole body shaking with the effort of holding herself together. You have to tell Rose, Marlin said again. If you don't, she'll believe the lie forever. She'll spend the rest of her life thinking she wasn't good enough, that she was never the choice. Is that what you want for your best friend? Nay. The word was barely a whisper. Then tell her. And tell your ma'am about Atlee. Whatever happens after that, at least it will be the truth. Lucinda wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. What about you? Will you tell Rose how you feel? The question hit Marlin like a fist to the chest. He'd been so focused on pushing Lucinda to confess that he'd almost forgotten his own confession was still waiting, unspoken. I want to, he said slowly. I've wanted to for years. But every time I try, the words come out wrong. I stumble and fumble and make a fool of myself, and she ends up more confused than before. Maybe the words don't matter as much as you think they do. Lucinda's voice was steadier now, her tears beginning to dry. Maybe what matters is that you try. That you show her, even if you can't tell her perfectly, that she's the one you want. Marlin thought about that. Thought about all the times he'd stood in front of Rose with his heart in his throat, trying to say something meaningful and watching the words scatter like leaves in the wind. Maybe Lucinda was right. Maybe the trying was what mattered. If I tell Rose, he said slowly, and if you tell your ma'am, we'll both be exposed. The whole district will know we've been lying. People will talk. People always talk. Lucinda's smile was sad but genuine. At least if they're talking about the truth, it won't hurt as much. Marlin nodded slowly. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their shared secret pressing down on both of them. My ma'am will never accept Atlee, Lucinda said finally. She's spent her whole life building a certain kind of future for me, and he doesn't fit into it. She'll fight me on this. Maybe she'll surprise you. She won't. Lucinda's voice was certain. I know her too well. She'll be furious and hurt, and she'll do everything she can to stop me from marrying him. Then you'll have to be stronger than her fear, Marlin said. You'll have to want your own happiness more than you want her approval. Lucinda was quiet. Then she nodded, once, as if coming to a decision. You're right, she said. We're all trapped in this lie we've built. You, me, Rose, we're all stuck, and the only way out is through the truth. Then we're all trapped, Marlin said the words heavily, feeling the weight of them settle into his bones. A sound from the doorway. Small. The creak of a floorboard under a shoe that had been trying to stay quiet. Marlin turned. Rose stood in the barn doorway, a basket of eggs held against her chest. Her face was white. Her lips were pressed together so tightly they'd gone pale, and her eyes were wide with something that went deeper than surprise. How long had she been standing there? How much had she heard? From the look on her face, enough. Chapter 16. Rose hadn't planned to speak. She'd come to the Yoder farm to return an egg basket her mam borrowed, that was all. She'd taken a shortcut past the barn the way she often did and hadn't expected to find them there. She hadn't expected to hear what she heard. But she'd heard it. Trapped. The word was still ringing in her ears as she stood in the barn doorway, her fingers white around the basket handle, her heart slamming against her ribs. Marlin had turned and seen her. She'd watched the color drain from his face, watched his mouth form her name. And something inside Rose, something that had been bending for weeks, finally snapped. What do you mean? Her voice came out low and hard, nothing like her usual voice. Trapped. You said you're trapped. You said you'd been lying. What do you mean? Marlin's hands hung at his sides. Beside him, Lucinda was rigid on the hay bale, her face slick with tears. Rose, Lucinda started. Her lips moved, but the words came apart before they reached the air. Her eyes darted past Rose, toward the open barn door and the yard beyond it, where the farmhouse was visible in the late afternoon light. Where her mam could be watching from any window. Rose, I've wanted to tell you for so long, but my mam kept. She broke off. Her hands twisted in her lap, and her gaze kept pulling back toward the farmhouse, toward the kitchen window where Esther's silhouette sometimes appeared. Close enough to come out at any moment. Marlin stepped forward. Rose, we need to talk about this. His voice was careful, measured, the way a man speaks when he's trying very hard to sound calm. What you heard, it wasn't what you think. Lucinda and I have needed to speak to you for so long. Lucinda heard the house door open. She jumped off the bale. What he means is we were just talking about the pressure of courting. Everyone is watching, everyone is expecting a wedding date. It's stressful. That's all it was. Rose stared at them. She could see the lie in Lucinda's face. Could see the way Marlin's eyes wouldn't quite meet hers, the way his hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. He was protecting Lucinda. Who was making Rose sound like the one who'd misunderstood, the one who'd jumped to conclusions. Stressful, Rose repeated. The word tasted like ashes. You said you were trapped, Marlin. You said people would find out you'd been lying. That's not stress. That's something else. Rose. He took a step toward her, his hand raised as if to touch her arm. Please. You're making this into something it's not. Lucinda stood in front of him. We're fine. Marlin and I are fine. You just heard a piece of a conversation, Anne. Don't. The word came out sharp enough to stop her mid-step. Don't stand there and tell me I imagined what I heard. I'm not a kinner. I'm not a fool. I know what the word lying means. Lucinda made a sound like something breaking. Rose, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have told you. Nay, I should never have let this go this far. Marlin reached out. Rose shook her head and backed away. Told me what? Rose turned to her. What should you have told me, Lucinda? Because right now all I'm getting from either of you is excuses and deflections, and I deserve better than that. Lucinda's face crumpled. She looked at Marlin, her eyes wide with desperation, and then back at Rose, and then toward the barn door where the farmhouse stood beyond. I can't, she whispered. Not here. Not when my ma'am could walk in. Please, Rose, if you'll just give me time. I've given you time. Rose's voice broke on the word. I've given you 2.5 years of time. 2.5 years of watching and waiting and stepping aside and telling myself I was wrong to want what I wanted. And now you're asking me for more time? The barn was silent except for the soft shuffle of a horse in its stall and the distant cluck of chickens in the yard. The late afternoon light slanted through the gaps in the wall boards, painting gold stripes across the dusty floor. Marlin spoke again, his voice low and urgent. Rose, you need to trust us. There are things happening that you don't understand yet. But we're going to explain everything. Just not right now. Not like this. Why not right now? Neither of them answered. Lucinda was staring at the barn door as if her ma'am might magically appear there at any moment. Marlin's jaw was tight, his eyes fixed on Rose with something that looked like pain. Rose looked at him. She looked at Lucinda. She saw the same thing in both their faces. This was not cruelty, but cowardice. Not malice, but fear. They were afraid. Afraid of Esther, afraid of the truth, afraid of whatever consequences would come from honesty. And they had chosen their fear over Rose's trust. I see, Rose said quietly. Her voice was flat, empty. All the fight having drained out of her like water from a cracked jar. You can't tell me because you're afraid. Both of you. You've been afraid this whole time, and I've been the one paying for it. Rose, please give me the chance to explain. Marlin reached for her. She stepped back. Out of his reach. Out of the barn. Out into the safety of fresh air, where the sun was shining down, where reality was day and breeze and farmland. This was safe. Her hands were shaking. Her whole body was shaking. She set the basket down on the ground because she couldn't hold it steady and crossed her arms tight against her chest and walked, fast, down the lane, past the garden, past the fence where the honeysuckle grew, past the stand of maples that marked the property line. She didn't look back. She couldn't. If she looked back and saw Marlin standing in the barn doorway with that guilty, helpless expression, she would either scream or cry, and she was not prepared to do either. Not here. Not where anyone could see. The tears came when she was halfway home. She let them fall, hot and silent, but she kept her head up, and she kept walking. That evening, Rose sat at the kitchen table with her hands folded in her lap, her eyes dry, and her face as still as stone. Bertha moved around the kitchen, casting glances at her doctor between tasks. She'd tried conversation twice and gotten nothing but silence. Now she was resorting to the Esch family method of dealing with a crisis. She was making pie. The smell of apples filled the kitchen, warm and homely, and Rose hated it. Hated the normalcy of it. Hated that the world insisted on carrying on as if her heart hadn't been cracked open and emptied out. You went to see them, Bertha said finally. It was not a question. Ja. And? Marlin told me I was mistaken. Rose's voice was flat. They said I misunderstood. They said they were just stressed about the courtship. They asked for time. Bertha was quiet, rolling the pie crust with slow, even strokes. He said that? I think he tried to say something, but he... Lucinda interrupted. I think she's terrified of her, ma'am, and he stopped. He said give him time, time. Rose's hands tightened in her lap. She couldn't even look at me, ma'am. She looked at the window where Esther was, and she shut her mouth. Bertha set down the rolling pin. She wiped her hands on her apron and sat down across from her doctor. What do you think the truth is? I don't know. I don't care anymore. Rose looked up, and her eyes were hard in a way Bertha had never seen before. It doesn't matter what they're hiding. What matters is that they chose to hide it. From me. For all this time. And when I stood in front of them and asked for the truth, Marlin looked me in the face and lied. Bertha didn't argue, she didn't try to soften it. I will never marry, Rose said the words clearly, deliberately, the way a person speaks when they mean every syllable. I will never marry, ma'am. Not Marlin. Not anyone. I'm done hoping for something that makes fools out of the people who want it. The words landed in the kitchen like a stone dropped into a still pond. Bertha sat down and became very still, her hands folded on the table, her face unreadable. You mean that, Bertha said, after long moments had passed. Ja. I mean it. Bertha studied her doctor's face for a long moment. Then she reached across the table and took Rose's hands. I hear you, she said. Her voice was quiet and steady. I hear what you're saying, and I believe you mean it right now. So I'm not going to argue with you tonight. Not tonight. Not ever. All right. Bertha squeezed her hands. Then we won't talk about it. But I'm going to say one thing, and then I'll leave it alone. Rose waited. The hope chest is still in your room, Bertha said. And Henry's prayer is still inside it. And God doesn't take back his promises just because people are afraid. Rose pulled her hands free. That's two things. So it is. Bertha stood up and went back to her pie. Go to bed, doctor. You look like you haven't slept in a week. Rose climbed the stairs to her room. The hope chest sat at the foot of her bed, solid and patient, the wheat sheaf carving catching the last light from the window. She didn't open it, she didn't touch it. She lay down on her bed, still dressed, and pressed her face into the pillow. I will never marry. She said it, and she meant it. The words sat in her chest like something swallowed whole, hard and sharp and impossible to digest. She was done being the woman who waited. Done being the woman who stepped back. Done being the woman who believed that patience was the same as faith. If this was what hoping got you, lies and deflections and the people you trusted most looking away when you needed them to look you in the eye, then Rose was finished hoping. She was finished. The moon rose outside her window, and the house settled into its nighttime sounds. Ignoring the sound of boards creaking, ignoring the whisper of wind, and the distant call of an owl in the trees behind the barn. Rose listened to all of it and felt nothing. A hollow, careful nothing that she wrapped around herself like armor. Tomorrow she would get up. She would do her chores. She would help her ma'am and tend the garden and live the quiet, small life that had always been waiting for her. And she wouldn't think about Marlin Botranger, or Lucinda Yoder, or hope chests, or prayers. She wouldn't think about any of it. She closed her eyes and willed the nothing to hold. Chapter 17. Marlin spent the night staring at the ceiling of his bedroom, watching the shadows shift and change as the moon moved across the sky. He'd hurt Rose, not with love, but with cowardice. She'd stood in that barn doorway and asked him point blank what he was hiding, and he'd looked her in the face and lied. Had told her she was mistaken, that she'd misunderstood, as if she were a kinner who'd gotten confused. He'd watched her walk away from that barn with pain written across her face, and he hadn't been able to stop her. 2.5 years of lying. 2.5 years of pretending. And now Rose knew something was wrong, but she didn't know what, and the fragments she'd overheard were probably worse than the truth itself. Trapped. She'd heard that word. Had probably spent all night wondering what it meant, building stories in her head about why Marlin and Lucinda felt trapped. Did she think they felt trapped by her? That she was some kind of burden they'd been carrying? The thought made Marlin's stomach turn. By the time the first gray light of dawn crept through his window, he'd made a decision. He couldn't keep living like this. He couldn't keep hurting the woman he loved because he was too afraid to tell her the truth. For too long, he'd stood by Lucinda, but that had been standing by a lie. This had to end. He dressed quietly and slipped out of the house before his dade woke. The morning was cool and fresh, dew still clinging to the grass, and the world felt new in a way that seemed almost cruel, given how broken everything had become. He walked toward the Beeler farm, where Bishop Amos lived. It was a long walk, nearly an hour through fields and along narrow lanes, but Marlin needed the time to think. To figure out what he was going to say. The fields were quiet this early, there was just the sound of birds waking and the soft rustle of crops in the morning breeze. Marlin walked past farms he'd known his whole life, past the Zook place where he'd learned to drive a buggy, past the Miller homestead where he'd attended his first singing. This land was part of him, woven into the fabric of who he was. And Rose was part of it too. She'd always been part of it, even when Marlin had been too blind to see. Bishop Amos Beeler had been the spiritual leader of their community for over 20 years. He was a quiet man, gray-bearded and steady, with faded blue eyes that saw straight through to the heart of things. Marlin had known him since kinderhood. He'd watched him marry couples and comfort the grieving, had seen the way people sought him out when they were lost and confused. If anyone could help Marlin find the words he needed, it would be Amos. The Beeler farmhouse came into view as the sun crested the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Bishop Amos was already in the yard, scattering feed for the chickens, his movements slow and deliberate. Marlin Botranger. The bishop's voice was warm with surprise. "You're out early this morning. I was hoping to talk to you." Marlin's voice came out rough with exhaustion and worry. "If you have time." Amos studied him, his weathered face kind. "I always have time. Come. Let's walk." They walked along the edge of the property, past the garden and the orchard, toward the quiet space where the land met a small creek. The water burbled over smooth stones, catching the early light, and birds sang in the trees overhead. "Something's troubling you," Amos said. It wasn't a question. "Jaw." Marlin rubbed the back of his neck, struggling to find the right words. "I've made a mess of things, Bishop. A terrible mess, and I don't know how to fix it." First, Amos chuckled. "Remember, it's Amos. Now, tell me." So Marlin did. He told Amos about the fake courtship with Lucinda. He told how it had started 2.5 years ago as a way to help her avoid her mam's pressure. It had been supposed to be short-term, but it had grown into something neither of them intended. He told him about falling in love with Rose, about watching her fade these past years, about the guilt that had been eating him alive. And he told him about yesterday. About Rose overhearing the conversation and focusing on the word trapped, about her confronting them, demanding to know what they'd been hiding. About Marlin trying to explain but letting Lucinda lead the conversation and telling her she was mistaken, that she'd imagined it, because Lucinda's ma'am was nearby and she'd panicked. About the look on Rose's face when she'd walked away shaking. "I've tried to tell her the truth," Marlin said, his voice cracking. 100 times. But every time I open my mouth, the words come out wrong. I stumble and fumble and make everything worse. I can't seem to say what I mean when it matters most." Amos was quiet, watching the creek flow past. Then he said, "Words are tricky things, Marlin. They slip and slide and sometimes say the opposite of what we intend. Then how am I supposed to tell her? How am I supposed to explain 2.5 years of lies in a way that makes sense? Maybe you're not." Amos turned to face him, his eyes steady. "Maybe the point isn't to explain perfectly. Maybe the point is just to be honest, even when it's messy." Marlin shook his head. "But I've been trying to be honest. I've been trying to tell Rose how I feel for months, years. The words just won't come out right. Because you're trying to prove something." Amos's voice was gentle. "You're trying to prove that you're worthy of her. That your love is perfect enough, eloquent enough, strong enough. But love isn't proven by perfection, Marlin. It's proven by truth." "I don't understand." "You don't need to say the perfect thing." Amos put a hand on Marlin's shoulder. "You just need to say the true thing. Even if it's stumbling. Even if it's clumsy. Even if it comes out all wrong. The truth has a power that perfect words don't have." Marlin thought about that. About all the times he tried to plan what he would say to Rose, crafting speeches in his head that fell apart the moment he opened his mouth. Maybe the problem wasn't that he couldn't find the right words. Maybe the problem was that he'd been looking for the wrong ones. What if she doesn't forgive me? The question came out small, vulnerable. What if I tell her the truth and she hates me for the lies? Then you'll have to live with that. Amos's voice was kind but unflinching. But at least she'll know. At least she'll have the chance to make a real choice, based on real information. Right now, she's making choices based on a lie you helped create. Is that fair to her? Nay. The word was barely a whisper. Then end the lie. Amos squeezed his shoulder. Today. Go to Lucinda and tell her it's time. But I'm letting her down, what if her ma'am? Amos held up his hand. You have done your piece. You've done all that you could and more. Let God help Lucinda now. He has resources and ways that you can't imagine. Things will work out as they should, in time. Marlin sighed. You believe that? Leave here, pray on it, and then go to Lucinda. Once that is done, do not hesitate, go to Rose and tell her everything. Even if you stumble, even if you fumble, even if the words come out all wrong. The truth is more important than how it sounds. Your actions will give meaning to your words even if you mumble, stumble, and freeze. Just believe and speak your heart. Marlin nodded slowly. The fear was still there, coiled tight in his chest, but underneath it was something else. Resolution. Determination. The bone-deep knowledge that Amos was right. He'd spent 2.5 years waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect words. But perfect wasn't coming. All he had was the truth, messy and imperfect and probably going to hurt. But it was better than the lie. Better than watching Rose fade. Better than standing on the sidelines while the woman he loved convinced herself she wasn't worth choosing. He thought of his mam, gone these 3 years now. She'd always told him that courage wasn't the absence of fear. That it was choosing to act even when you were terrified. She lived that truth every day of her life, facing hardship and loss with a quiet strength that Marlin always admired. It was time for him to be that brave. Denki, Amos. His voice was steadier now. For listening. For helping me see what I should have seen a long time ago. That's what I'm here for. Amos smiled, a gentle curve of his weathered face. Now go. The truth won't tell itself. Marlin walked back toward the road, his steps quicker than before. The sun was fully up now, the morning bright and warm, and the world felt different than it had an hour ago. Not easier. The hard work was still ahead. But clearer. More certain. He knew what he had to do. As he walked, he prayed, and a calm came over him. It was time. He was not letting Lucinda down, in fact, just the opposite. He'd been letting her down by allowing her to hide for all this time. The Yoder farm looked the same as always. A white clapboard house, a red barn, and chickens scratching in the yard. But as Marlin walked, everything felt different. The air was charged with the weight of what was about to happen. He walked to the front door and knocked before he could lose his nerve. Footsteps could be heard inside. Marlin's heart began to pound, and he made himself stand straighter, made himself remember Bishop Amos's words. The truth has a power that perfect words don't have. The door swung open. And Esther Yoder stood there, her eyes sharp and assessing, her mouth set in a line that might have been a smile or might have been a warning. She was dressed in her everyday clothes, a dark blue dress and a black apron, but she wore her authority like armor. Marlin. Her voice was cool, controlled. I wasn't expecting you. I need to speak with Lucinda. He made himself hold her gaze, even though everything in him wanted to look away. It's important. Is it? The words came out sharp. Esther stepped back, but she didn't move aside. She just stood in the doorway, blocking the entrance. My doctor isn't available right now. She's resting. Then I'll wait. That won't be necessary. Esther's smile sharpened. Whatever you have to say to Lucinda, you can say to me. After all, we're practically family, aren't we? You and my doctor have been courting for over 2 years now. The words landed, pointed, and deliberate. Marlin felt his stomach clench. Behind Esther, the dim interior of the Yoder house was visible. The tidy kitchen, the neatly arranged furniture, everything was in its proper place. Just like Esther liked it. Just like she tried to arrange her doctor's life. She knew something was wrong. Maybe she'd always known. Maybe she'd been watching their pretend courtship with suspicion, waiting for the facade to crack. Esther Yoder was not a woman who missed much. She had eyes like a hawk and a memory that never forgot a slight. With respect, Esther, this is something I need to discuss with Lucinda directly. Why? Esther's eyes narrowed. What could you possibly need to tell her that you can't tell me? Unless. Her voice went cold. Unless the courtship hasn't been what it seems. Marlin's heart was pounding. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. He'd planned to talk to Lucinda first, to figure out how to tell Esther together. But Esther was standing in his way, demanding answers, and the truth was lodged in his throat. The courtship, he stopped, took a breath, and started again. There are things we need to discuss. About the future. About what we both want. What you both want. Esther's voice was ice. And what does my doctor want, Marlin? Does she want to keep waiting for you to make up your mind? Does she want to spend another 2 years being patient while you drag your feet? That's not. People are talking. Esther stepped forward, her voice dropping to a hiss. They're wondering why you haven't announced. Why you keep slipping away to talk to Rose Esch. Why my Lucinda looks more sad than happy every time your name is mentioned. Marlin's jaw tightened. Rose is a friend. Nothing more. Why did he say that? It was happening again. Is she? Esther's smile was sharp as a blade. Because from where I stand, it looks like you've been stringing my doctor along while you pine for someone else. And I won't have it, Marlin. I won't let you humiliate her. I would never humiliate Lucinda. Then prove it. Esther's eyes were hard. Announce your engagement. Today. Show everyone that your courtship is real, that you're committed, that my doctor hasn't been wasting her time on a man who doesn't love her. The demand hit Marlin like a blow. Announce an engagement? To a woman he'd never loved, would never marry, had only been pretending to court? He opened his mouth to refuse, to finally tell the truth, to end this once and for all. But before he could speak, a voice came from inside the house. Ma'am? Who's at the door? Lucinda appeared behind her mother, her face pale, her eyes wide when she saw Marlin standing there. Marlin saw it all. The fear in Lucinda's eyes, the desperate plea for more time, the knowledge that her man was about to discover everything they'd been hiding, and the realization that it had to stop. The truth could not wait any longer. Marlin met Lucinda's eyes and gave her a small, determined nod. A promise. He saw her understand. He saw the fear in her face shift to relief, or maybe resignation. They had both known this day would come eventually. The only question had been when. Now they had their answer. Today. They would tell the truth today. Whatever it cost. However much it hurt. However many lives it changed. The truth was coming, and nothing could stop it now. Chapter 18. The moment Lucinda saw Marlin standing in the doorway with her man blocking his path, she knew everything was about to change. She'd been in her room when she heard voices. Her man's sharp tones and a deeper voice she recognized immediately. For a moment, she'd considered hiding. Pretending to be asleep, letting Marlin deal with her man alone. Maybe this would buy her a few more hours before the truth came crashing down. But she was done hiding. Done pretending. Done being the cowardly version of herself that she'd become over the past 2.5 years. She walked downstairs, her heart pounding with every step, and joined them at the doorway. Ma'am? Who's at the door? Her ma'am turned, and Lucinda saw the suspicion in her eyes sharpen into something harder. Something knowing. She met Marlin's eyes and saw the pain there. Hurt she'd caused, and he nodded. She understood, it was time. Marlin came to talk to you, Esther said, her voice tight. He says it's important. It is. Lucinda looked at Marlin, saw the determination in his face, and felt something inside her loosen. He'd found his courage. Maybe she could find hers too. We should talk inside. All of us. All of us? Esther's eyebrows rose. What is this about, Lucinda? What's going on? Please, ma'am. Inside. They moved to the kitchen. Marlin was standing stiff and uncomfortable near the door. Esther seated herself at the table with her hands folded in front of her, and Lucinda was somewhere in between, feeling the weight of years of lies pressing down on her shoulders. The kitchen looked the same as always. The same table where Lucinda had eaten breakfast every morning of her kinderhood, its surface worn smooth by decades of use. The same window looking out over the garden her ma'am tended with such care, where early vegetables were just beginning to push through the dark soil. The same clock on the wall, ticking away the seconds as if this were any ordinary day, its steady rhythm a counterpoint to Lucinda's racing heart. But it wasn't. This day would change everything. For better or worse, nothing would ever be the same. Well? Esther's voice was icy. Someone explain to me what's happening. Why does Marlin need to speak to you so urgently? What's so important that it can't wait? Lucinda looked at Marlin. He gave her a small nod, encouraging, supportive. You can do this. She thought of Atlee. Of his letters, hidden under her sewing basket. Of the life they could have together, if only she were brave enough to reach for it. This was her chance. Her one chance to stop being afraid and start being honest. She took a deep breath. Ma'am, there's something I need to tell you. Something I should have told you a long time ago. What? Marlin and I, the words caught in her throat, and she had to force them out. We're not courting. We never were. The whole thing was pretend, from the very beginning. Silence. Esther sat very still, her face going pale, her eyes fixed on Lucinda's face. For a moment, she looked almost fragile, like a woman receiving news of a death, like a woman trying to process something that was too enormous to understand. Then her expression hardened. What do you mean, pretend? Her voice was dangerously quiet. You've been courting for 2.5 years. Everyone knows it. I've told everyone about your plans. It wasn't real, ma'am. Lucinda's voice cracked. I asked Marlin to pretend with me because you kept pushing suitors on me, and I couldn't. I didn't want. Didn't want what? Esther stood up, her chair scraping against the floor. Didn't want to do your duty? Didn't want to find a husband and start a family like every gut Amish woman? I didn't want to have to keep fighting you or to marry someone I didn't love. The words echoed in the kitchen, raw and desperate. Lucinda felt tears prickling at her eyes, but she forced herself to keep going. There's someone else, ma'am. A man I've been writing to for 3 years. His name is Atlee. He lives 3 districts away, and I love him, and I've been hiding it because I knew you would never accept him. The color drained from Esther's face. Writing to? You've been corresponding with a man I've never met? Behind my back? For 3 years? I'm sorry. The tears were falling now, hot and unstoppable. I'm sorry I lied to you. I'm sorry I let this go on for so long. But I couldn't tell you. I was too afraid of how you'd react. And how am I reacting? Esther's voice was like ice cracking. Am I reacting exactly the way you feared? Am I angry? Disappointed? Humiliated that my own doctor has been lying to me, to everyone, for years? Ma'am, please. Do you have any idea what you've done? Esther stepped closer, her eyes burning. Do you have any idea how this will look when people find out? 2.5 years of pretending, 2.5 years of letting everyone believe you were courting, and now you tell me it was all a lie. It wasn't meant to go on this long. But it did. Esther's voice rose. It went on, and you let it, and now you've made me look like a fool. You've made our whole family look like fools. Fra Yoder. Marlin's voice was quiet but firm. With respect, this isn't about how it looks. This is about the truth. Lucinda and I both knew the lie was wrong. We should have ended it long ago. But we're ending it now. Esther whirled on him. You were part of this. You let my doctor use you to deceive everyone. I agreed to help her because she was desperate. Marlin stood his ground. She came to me crying, begging me to help her escape the pressure you were putting on her. I could have said nay. I didn't. That was my choice, and I'll answer for it. But don't put all the blame on her. Don't tell me where to put the blame in my own house. Ma'am, please. Lucinda moved between them, her hands raised. This isn't Marlin's fault. He was trying to help me. The lie was my idea. He tried to get me to tell you many times. I kept forcing him to give me a little more time. She turned to Marlin. I'm sorry, you've been loyal and gallant and put me first when you should have put your own feelings first. I'm sorry. He nodded. And where did this brilliant idea come from? Esther's voice dripped with contempt. What made you think the solution to your problems was to make up a fake courtship? Who planted this notion in your head? Nay, one planted it. Lucinda hesitated. I just wanted you to stop. To stop pushing other men at me. To stop making me feel like I was failing because I hadn't found a husband yet. To stop being your ma'am. Esther's voice went flat. That's what you wanted. For me to stop being your ma'am and caring about your future. That's not what I meant. Who is this Atlee? Esther cut her off. Who is this man you've been writing to in secret? What's wrong with him that you couldn't tell me? Lucinda swallowed hard. Nothing's wrong with him. He's a gut man. Kind, hardworking, faithful. But his family, they're from a more progressive community. They have phones in their barns. They use tractors for some field work. Esther's face twisted. A progressive family. You've been hiding a relationship with someone from a progressive district. Because I knew you'd react exactly like this. Lucinda's voice rose to match her ma'am's. I knew you'd judge him before you even met him. I knew you'd say he wasn't good enough for me, that his family wasn't traditional enough, that I was throwing away everything you'd worked for. And was I wrong? Esther's voice was cold. You tell me, Lucinda. Was I wrong to want better for you? Was I wrong to hope that my doctor would marry well, settle close to home, raise her kinner in the community where she was raised? You weren't wrong to want those things. Lucinda's voice cracked. But you were wrong to think you could choose for me. You were wrong to push so hard that I had to lie just to breathe. Silence fell. Esther stood rigid, her hands clenched at her sides, her face a mask of controlled fury. Marlin stood near the door, watching, waiting. And Lucinda stood in the middle of it all, feeling the walls she'd built around herself finally crumbling to dust. I love him, ma'am. Her voice was quiet now, steady. I love Atlee. I've loved him for 3 years, and I'm not going to give him up just because you don't approve of his family. Then you're a fool. Esther's voice was flat. A foolish girl who doesn't understand what she's throwing away. Maybe I am. Lucinda wiped her eyes. But at least I'll be honest. At least I won't be living a lie anymore. Esther was quiet. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, marking the seconds of silence. Outside, Lucinda could hear the chickens scratching in the yard, the distant sound of a horse nickering in the barn. Normal sounds. Ordinary sounds. As if the world hadn't just cracked open. When Esther spoke again, her voice was different, it was harder, more calculating. Does anyone else know about this? About the fake courtship? The question sent a chill down Lucinda's spine. She knew that tone. It was the tone her ma'am used when she was planning something, working through possibilities and consequences. Lucinda hesitated. She could lie. She could protect Rose a little longer. But what was the point? The truth was coming out now, all of it, and more lies would only make things worse. Rose knows something is wrong. She overheard us talking in the barn yesterday. She doesn't know the whole truth, but she will work it out. Rose Esch. Esther's eyes narrowed. The woman who's been watching my doctor's suitor with longing in her eyes for years. She knows. She doesn't know everything. I tried to tell her, but you didn't. Esther's voice was sharp. Just like you didn't tell me. Just like you didn't tell anyone the truth until you were forced to. I'm telling you now. Now. Esther laughed, but there was nay humor in it. Now, after 2.5 years of lies. Now, after humiliating me in front of the whole community. Now, when it's too late to fix any of the damage you've done. It's not too late, Marlin spoke up again, his voice steady. It's never too late for the truth. Lucinda made a mistake. We both did. But the only way to make it right is to tell everyone, including Rose. Rose. Esther's voice went cold. Yes, let's talk about Rose. The poor, overlooked spinster who's been watching Marlin from across rooms and telling herself she could never have him. Did you think about her when you started this lie, Lucinda? Did you think about how it would hurt her to believe the man she cared for belonged to someone else? Shame flooded through Lucinda. I didn't know, at first, I didn't know she had feelings for him. But you figured it out. You saw it. And you kept lying anyway. The accusation landed, sharp and true. Lucinda had no defense. She'd known for months, maybe longer, that Rose had feelings for Marlin. Had seen the way her best friend looked at him, the way she stepped back whenever he entered a room. And she'd said nothing. Done nothing. She'd let the lie continue because it was easier than facing the truth. I was wrong. The words came out broken. I was wrong about everything. About the lie, about hiding Atlee, about not telling Rose. I was wrong, and I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't fix it. Esther's voice was ice. Sorry doesn't undo years of deception. Sorry doesn't give Rose back the time she wasted, pining for a man she thought she could never have. Lucinda bowed her head. There was nothing she could say. Her ma'am was right. Esther. Marlin's voice was gentle. Lucinda made mistakes. So did I. But punishing her won't help anyone. What we need now is to tell Rose the whole truth and let her decide how she feels. The whole truth. Esther's eyes were hard. Including the fact that you love her? That you've loved her all along, while pretending to court my doctor? Marlin's jaw tightened. Jaw. Including that. Esther was quiet. Then she turned back to Lucinda, her expression unreadable. "You've made a mess of things, Doctor. A terrible, unforgivable mess. I know. I don't know if I can forgive you for this." Lucinda's heart cracked. "I know. But," Esther's voice caught, just slightly, "you're still my doctor. Whatever else you are, whatever mistakes you've made, that hasn't changed." It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't even close. But it was something. A crack in the wall of anger, a glimpse of the man who had rocked Lucinda to sleep as a kinner, who'd bandaged her scraped knees and dried her tears. That man was still in there somewhere. Buried under years of expectations and control, but still there. Lucinda looked at Marlin. He gave her a small, encouraging nod. The hardest part was over. They'd told Esther the truth. The secret that had been weighing on Lucinda for 2.5 years was finally out in the open, no longer hers alone to carry. But it wasn't finished yet. There was still one more person who needed to know. One more confession that needed to be made. Rose deserved to hear everything. She had to hear about the fake courtship, about Atlee, about how Lucinda had watched her best friends suffer and had done nothing to stop it. And Marlin deserved the chance to tell Rose how he really felt. Now they just had to find the courage to do it. Together. Could she ever forgive them? Before they could move, a hard knock sounded at the front door. All three of them startled. Before anyone could move, the door opened, and Marlin's dad stepped inside, hat still on his head, breath coming fast. "Marlin, I'm glad you're here," he said, urgency in his voice. "We need you. Daniel King's been thrown from his horse. His legs twisted wrong. We can't move him without help." Marlin was already moving. "How bad?" "Bad enough. We've sent Eli for the doctor, but we need strong hands now." Lucinda didn't hesitate. "I'll come too." Esther opened her mouth as if to protest, then closed it. There was no arguing with this. In their community, when someone was hurt, you went. Marlin paused only long enough to look at Lucinda. Whatever lay between them and Rose would have to wait. Duty came first. They stepped out into the yard together, the weight of unfinished words following them like a shadow. Chapter 19. Rose was at the store when Esther Yoder found her. She'd gone to pick up some supplies for her ma'am, some blue thread, some flour, and a few things they'd run low on during the week. The simple errand had felt like a relief, a chance to get out of the house and away from her own churning thoughts. She noticed something was wrong even before she reached the fabric aisle. Two women near the flour bins stopped talking the moment Rose walked past. One of them, Anna Graber, nudged the other and looked away too quickly, the way people do when they've just been speaking your name. Near the register, old Miriam Stoltzfus was whispering to her doctor-in-law, and when Rose caught her eye, Miriam pressed her lips together and busied herself with a jar of honey. What was going on? Had they realized that she loved Marlin, that she'd been mooning over her friend's boyfriend? It seemed impossible. No one ever took enough notice of her to spot such things. She turned down the fabric aisle and found Esther, Lucinda's ma'am, standing there, her eyes sharp and knowing. "Rose." Esther's voice was cool, polished. "I was hoping I might run into you." Rose's stomach dropped. Something about the way Esther was looking at her, the barely concealed hostility beneath the pleasant mask, made her want to turn and walk away. But that would be cowardly. And Rose was tired of being afraid. She made herself smile. "Can I help you with something?" Actually, Ja. Esther moved closer, lowering her voice. I wanted to speak with you. About Marlin. The name hit Rose like a blow. She gripped the spool of thread in her hand, trying to keep her face neutral. What about him? People are talking, Rose. Esther's eyes were hard. They've noticed how often Marlin seeks you out at gatherings. How you always seem to be nearby when he's around. Some are saying, she paused, let the words hang in the air. Some are saying you've been chasing him. Heat flooded Rose's cheeks. I haven't been chasing anyone. Haven't you? Esther tilted her head, studying Rose with cold assessment. I've watched you, Rose. Watched you follow him with your eyes at every singing, every wedding, every gathering. I've watched you maneuver yourself into conversations with him. You may not call it chasing, but I know what I see. I've never tried to take Lucinda's place. Rose's voice came out stronger than she felt. Marlin and I are friends. We've been friends for years. That's all. Friends. Esther smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Is that what you call it? Because from where I stand, it looks like something else entirely. It looks like a woman who can't accept that the man she wants belongs to someone else. Rose's throat tightened. He doesn't. I never. Let me be clear. Esther stepped closer, her voice dropping to a hiss. My doctor has been courting Marlin for 2.5 years. They are committed to each other. And I won't have some lonely spinster trying to insert herself between them. The word spinster cut deep, but Rose refused to flinch. I've never tried to come between them. I would never do that to Lucinda. She's my best friend. Is she? Esther's eyes narrowed. Because best friends don't spend their time making eyes at each other's suitors. Best friends don't hover around men who are promised to someone else. I haven't been hovering. I haven't been making eyes. Rose's voice shook. I don't know what you think you've seen, but you're wrong. Am I? Esther studied her, then shook her head. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I've misread the situation entirely. Perhaps you really are just a friend who happens to turn up wherever Marlin is, who happens to have long private conversations with him, who happens to look at him like he hung the moon. Rose had no answer for that. Because Esther wasn't entirely wrong. She'd been looking at Marlin. She'd been hoping. She just hadn't thought anyone had noticed. I understand loneliness, Rose. Esther's voice softened, became almost sympathetic. I understand what it's like to watch others find happiness while you wait and nothing comes. But Marlin is not the answer to your loneliness. He's committed to my doctor, and he's not happy. Rose blinked. Not happy. He's been distracted lately. Troubled. And I can't help but wonder if it's because of the attention you've been giving him. Esther sighed. He's a gut man, Rose. Too gut to tell you to leave him alone. But I'm not so polite. Stay away from him. For Lucinda's sake. For everyone's sake. With that, Esther turned and walked away, leaving Rose standing alone in the fabric aisle with her heart in pieces. The other customers moved around her, unaware of what had just happened. A woman examined a bolt of blue fabric. A young girl counted coins in her palm. The world kept turning as if Esther's words hadn't just shattered everything Rose had been trying to hold together. She stood there, gripping the spool of thread so tightly it left marks on her palm. Then she forced herself to move. To walk to the counter. to pay for her supplies with hands that wouldn't stop trembling. The shopkeeper gave her a curious look but didn't comment. That was a small mercy. She had to let Marlin go. Should she move away? That would make it easier, or perhaps she could accept the hand of a widower. Rose managed to make it home before the tears came. She set the supplies on the kitchen table. Her ma'am wasn't home. Grateful for the peace, she climbed the stairs to her room with legs that felt like they might give out at any moment. She shut the door behind her, leaned against it, and let the tears finally fall. The sobs tore through her chest, raw and ugly and unstoppable. She slid down until she was sitting on her bed, her face buried in her hands, her whole body shaking. Everything Esther had said echoed in her mind, sharp and cruel and somehow horribly true. Lonely spinster. Chasing him. Not happy. Had she been so obvious? Had everyone seen her feelings for Marlin, even when she tried so hard to hide them? Had the whole community been watching and judging while she convinced herself no one knew? And Marlin? Had her attention been making him unhappy? Had her presence been a burden, something he tolerated out of politeness rather than genuine friendship? The hope chest sat at the foot of her bed, catching the afternoon light through the window. Rose stared at it through her tears, feeling Henry's prayer pressing against her heart. If she's standing back because she believes love belongs to someone else, I pray she will be given truth. What was the truth? That she'd been foolish to hope. That she'd been making a nuisance of herself, bothering a man who belonged to someone else. That the prayers Henry had written were nothing but empty words, wishes that would never come true. She pulled the prayer note from beneath the quilts and held it in her shaking hands. The paper was soft and worn, the creases deep and permanent. She'd read these words 100 times, had clung to them like a lifeline. But maybe she'd been clinging to nothing. A knock at her door made her jump. She wiped her eyes quickly, trying to compose herself. Rose? The voice was muffled but familiar. Rose, it's me. It's Lucinda. Can I come in? Rose's heart stuttered. She wasn't ready to face Lucinda, not after what Esther had said, not with her eyes red and swollen and her heart in shambles. But hiding wouldn't help anything. Come in. The door opened, and Lucinda stepped inside. Her face was pale, her eyes red-rimmed as if she'd been crying too. She looked at Rose with an expression that was equal parts guilt and determination. I need to tell you something, Lucinda said. Something I should have told you a long time ago. Rose sat up slowly, clutching the prayer note in her hands. What is it? Lucinda crossed to the bed and sat down beside her, taking a deep breath. Everything, she said. I need to tell you everything. Marlin would be here too, maybe we should do this together, or him first. I don't know, but there was an accident. Accident? Rose felt her heart almost burst from her chest. Was Marlin hurt? Daniel King fell from his horse and broke his leg. Daniel, is he okay? I'm sorry. He will be fine. You know he always rides too fast. Lucinda chuckled. She took Rose's hands in hers and told her about Atlee. The man she'd met at a cousin's wedding 3 years ago, the man she'd been writing to in secret ever since. She told her about her mam's pressure to find a suitor, about the desperation that had driven her to ask Marlin to pretend. She told her about the fake courtship, about the lies they'd both told, about how it was never supposed to go on this long. I was going to tell you, Lucinda said, tears streaming down her face. I've been trying to tell you for weeks, and Marlin has been trying for longer, for over a year. But every time I started, something interrupted, or I lost my nerve, or I convinced myself that one more day wouldn't matter. Rose sat very still, listening. Her mind was spinning, trying to piece together this new information with everything she believed. The courtship was fake. It had always been fake. Marlin and Lucinda had never been together, had never been in love, had been pretending for 2.5 years while Rose watched from the sidelines and told herself she could never have what she wanted. Why? The word came out broken. Why didn't you tell me? Because I was afraid. Lucinda's voice cracked. Afraid of what my ma'am would say when she found out about Atlee. Afraid of losing you as a friend when you learned I'd been lying. Afraid of everything, Rose. I've been afraid for so long I forgot what it felt like to not be scared. But I was suffering. Rose's voice rose. I was watching you and Marlin together, telling myself I could never have him, and you knew the whole time that it wasn't real. I know. Lucinda reached for Rose's hands. I know, and I'm so sorry. I should have told you. I should have ended this months ago, years ago. I was selfish and cowardly, and I hurt you, and I will never forgive myself for that. Rose looked at her best friend, at the tears on her cheeks, the genuine anguish in her eyes, and felt something shift inside her chest. The anger was still there, simmering beneath the surface. But underneath it was something else. Relief. The courtship was fake. Marlin wasn't promised to anyone. The obstacle Rose had believed stood between them, the wall she'd been leaning against for years, had never existed at all. Marlin, she said slowly. Does he know you're telling me this? Ja. He wanted to end the pretending. He told me he couldn't carry on much longer. Lucinda wiped her eyes. He's a gut man, Rose. He never wanted to hurt you. Rose nodded, but the question she really wanted to ask stayed lodged in her throat. Does he feel anything for me? Or was I just the friend he was sorry for? The prayer note was still clutched in Rose's hands. She looked down at it, at the words Henry had written with such hope and faith. If she's standing back because she believes love belongs to someone else, I pray she will be given truth. The courtship was fake. It had always been fake. The wall Rose had been leaning against had never existed at all. I don't know what to feel, Rose admitted. Half of me is so relieved I could cry. And the other half is furious that you lied to me for so long. Both are fair. Lucinda squeezed her hands. You're allowed to feel both. I just needed you to finally have the truth. Whatever happens next, whatever you decide about our friendship, I needed you to know. Rose nodded slowly. Her mind was still spinning, trying to reconcile this new reality with everything she'd believed. 2.5 years of stepping back. 2.5 years of teaching herself not to hope. 2.5 years of watching Marlin from across rooms and telling herself she could never have him. And all along, the wall between them had been made of nothing. I need time, she said. To think. To process all of this. I understand. Lucinda stood up, wiping her eyes. Take all the time you need. But Rose, she paused at the door. I really am sorry for all of it. You're the best friend I've ever had, and I nearly destroyed that with my lies. I hope someday you can forgive me. Rose watched her go, the door clicking shut behind her. Then she looked down at the prayer note in her hands. The truth was complicated. It hurt in places she hadn't expected and healed in others. The courtship was fake. Marlin had wanted it to end. He'd told Lucinda he couldn't carry on. But wanting to stop a lie wasn't the same as him wanting her. Can he ever see me that way? The question sat in her chest, fragile and terrifying. She'd spent so long believing the answer was nay that she didn't know how to hold the possibility of jaw. Tomorrow, she would face whatever came next. Tomorrow, she would see Marlin and search his face for an answer she was afraid to find. But tonight, she would let herself wonder. Just a little. Just enough. Chapter 20. Marlin came to see Rose the next morning, just as the sun was rising over the fields. Rose saw him from her bedroom window. His familiar figure walking up the lane, his hands shoved in his pockets the way they always were when he was nervous. Her heart lurched at the sight of him, half with hope and half with fear. This was it. The conversation she'd been waiting for, dreading, longing for. The moment when Marlin would finally tell her the truth. She met him at the door, her fingers trembling as she pushed it open. Rose. His voice was rough, uncertain. Can we talk? Ja. She stepped outside, pulling the door shut behind her. Her ma'am was inside, probably watching from the window, but Rose didn't care. This conversation was too important to worry about being overheard. Let's walk. They walked in silence for a while, past the garden and the chicken coop, toward the quiet space at the edge of the property where the morning light fell soft and golden through the trees. Rose could feel Marlin's tension beside her. She could feel the way his shoulders were rigid, the way his jaw was tight. He was struggling to find the words. He always struggled to find the words. But this time, Rose wasn't going to make it easy for him. She needed to hear what he had to say, in his own way, in his own time. They stopped at the old wooden fence that marked the boundary of their land. The field stretched out before them, green with new growth, beautiful in the morning light. Dew still clung to the grass at their feet, sparkling where the sun touched it. A pair of cardinals chased each other through the hedgerow, their bright red feathers flashing against the green. The morning air was cool and clean, carrying the sounds of the farm waking up. A rooster's distant crow heralded the morn, the clatter of pails, the low murmur of voices from neighboring properties. Rose turned to face Marlin, her heart pounding. Lucinda told me everything, she said quietly. About the fake courtship. About Atlee. About all of it. Marlin nodded, his face drawn. I know. She said she would. I would have come if not for Daniel. How is he? He will recover. Rose bowed her head for a moment. She felt a surge of anger, of fear. What did he feel for her? That was the question she wanted to ask. Why didn't you tell me yourself? The question came out sharper than Rose intended. 2.5 years, Marlin. 2.5 years of believing you were courting my best friend. Why didn't you say something? Because I'm a coward. The words were raw, honest. Because every time I tried to talk to you, the words came out wrong. Because I convinced myself that one more day wouldn't matter, that I'd find the courage tomorrow, that you didn't like me that way. He broke off, shaking his head. There's nae excuse. I should have told you. I should have ended the lie years ago. Ja. Rose's voice was steady. You should have. She wanted to ask, what way, but she hardly dared to breathe. What if she'd heard the words wrong? I'm sorry. He turned to face her fully, his dark eyes searching her face. I'm so sorry, Rose. For all of it. For the lies, for the pretending, for letting you believe you were the one being overlooked when really, his voice cracked. When really, I was just too scared to tell you the truth. And what is the truth? The question sat there, simple and enormous. Rose watched Marlin's face as he struggled to find the answer. She watched the fear war with hope, the uncertainty battle with determination. The truth, he said slowly, is that I've loved you for as long as I can remember. Rose's breath caught. I've loved you since we were kinner, Marlin continued, his voice growing steadier. Since you used to bring cookies to Sunday gatherings and share them with me even when your ma'am wasn't looking. Since you laughed at my terrible jokes and never made me feel stupid for not being able to say what I meant. He stepped closer, his eyes never leaving her face. I've loved you through 2.5 years of pretending to court someone else. I've loved you through every gathering where I watched you from across the room and couldn't find the courage to cross to your side. I've loved you through all the times I tried to tell you, and I blushed and stuttered, and the words came out wrong, and you walked away looking confused and hurt, and I hated myself for not being brave enough to make you understand. Marlin. Let me finish. His voice was quiet but firm. I need to say this, even if I say it badly. Even if the words don't come out right. Rose nodded, her eyes filling with tears. My shyness made me clumsy, Marlin said. It made me stumble when I should have been steady. It made me hold back when I should have reached forward. And my promise to Lucinda kept me away. I felt like I owed her, like I couldn't break the pretense without her permission. But none of that excuses what I did to you. He reached out and took her hands, his fingers warm and rough against hers. I watched you fade these past months. Watched you convince yourself that you weren't worth choosing. And I knew. I knew I was partly responsible for that. I knew I could have ended your pain with a few honest words, and I didn't say them. Why not? Fear. The word was simple, devastating. Fear that you'd hate me for lying. Fear that you'd never forgive me. Fear that even if you did forgive me, you wouldn't want me, not after everything I'd put you through. Fear that you never saw me that way and that once I knew I would be lost. Rose looked at their joined hands, at the way his fingers intertwined with hers. His hands were rough from farm work, calloused and strong, but they held hers with a gentleness that made her heart ache. It felt right. Natural. Like something that had always been meant to be. She thought about all the times she'd imagined this moment. Marlin standing before her, holding her hands, telling her the truth. In her dreams, she'd always been brave, always known exactly what to say. But now that it was actually happening, she felt small and uncertain, still half expecting to wake up and find it had all been a fantasy. I never assumed that you cared for me, that I was the choice, she said quietly. I always thought I was just a friend. The woman on the sidelines, watching everyone else find happiness. You were never just a friend. Marlin's voice was fierce. You were never on the sidelines. You are, the most important person in my life. And I should have told you that years ago. Rose looked up at him, at the earnestness in his eyes, at the vulnerability written across his face. This was Marlin, the man she'd loved in secret for so long, finally standing before her with his heart open and exposed. I want to believe you, she said. But I've spent so long not hoping, not letting myself hope, that I don't know how to start. Then let me help you. He squeezed her hands. There's something I want to show you. Something I want you to read. Rose frowned. What? The prayer. Henry's prayer, from your hope chest. Marlin's voice was gentle. I want you to read it again. With me here. So I can show you what I see when I read those words. Rose hesitated. The prayer was upstairs in her room, tucked beneath the quilts where she always kept it. She'd read it so many times that the words were burned into her memory. But there was something in Marlin's eyes, a quiet certainty, that made her nod. Wait here, she said. I'll get it. She walked back to the house and climbed the stairs to her room, her heart pounding. The hope chest sat where it always did, solid and steady at the foot of her bed. She lifted the lid and pulled out the prayer note, its worn edges soft against her fingers. Then she walked back to where Marlin was waiting. He took the note from her hands, unfolded it carefully, and began to read aloud. If she's standing back because she believes love belongs to someone else, I pray she will be given truth. He looked up at her. That's you, Rose. That's what you've been doing for 2.5 years, standing back because you thought I belonged to Lucinda. Rose's eyes burned with tears. I asked God to guard her from the lie that being overlooked means being unworthy. Marlin's voice cracked. You're not unworthy, Rose. You never were. You were just overlooked by a man too cowardly to speak the truth. He reached out and took her hand, pressing the prayer note back into her palm. And if there's someone who sees her true worth but hasn't yet spoken, he stopped, his eyes meeting hers. Give him courage in words. Silence fell between them, heavy with meaning. Henry knew, Rose whispered. He knew about us. About everything. He's a wise man. Marlin stepped closer. And he prayed for me to find courage. For me to find the words. Did you find them? Marlin took a deep breath. Rose Esch, he said, I love you. I've loved you for years, and I'll love you for the rest of my life if you'll let me. I know I've hurt you. I know I've given you every reason not to trust me. But if you'll give me a chance. Ja. The word came out before Rose could think, before she could second-guess herself. It was simple and certain and exactly what she meant. Ja. Ja. She smiled through her tears. I love you, and I'll give you a chance, Marlin Botranger. I love you so much that I can hardly believe this moment is true. The joy that broke across his face was like sunrise after a long, dark night. Then can I court you? His voice was eager, hopeful. Properly this time? For real? Ja. Rose laughed, a sound of pure happiness. Ja, you can court me. They stood there for a moment, just looking at each other, letting the reality sink in. Then Marlin reached out and took her hand. Walk with me, he asked. There's something I want to show you. They walked together along the edge of the property, past the fence, and down a narrow path that led to a small hill overlooking the valley. The morning sun was rising, chasing away the dew and starting to warm their shoulders. This is my favorite place, Marlin said softly. I come here sometimes, when I need to think. When I need to remember what's important. Rose looked out at the view. It was beautiful. The rolling fields, the distant barns, the sky spreading endlessly above them. She felt something settle in her chest. Peace. Contentment. The sense of finally being exactly where she was supposed to be. Marlin turned to face her, taking both her hands in his. Rose, he said, his voice low and serious. I know I just asked to court you. I know it's too soon. But I've waited so long, and I don't want to wait anymore. Rose's heart began to race. Marlin. Will you marry me? The words came out in a rush. Will you be my Frau, Rose Esch? Will you build a life with me, have kinder with me, grow old with me? Tears streamed down Rose's face, but she was smiling so wide her cheeks ached. Ja, she said. Ja, Marlin. I'll marry you. He kissed her then, soft and sweet and full of promise. His lips were warm against hers, gentle and questioning, and Rose kissed him back with all the love she'd been holding inside for years. His hand came up to cup her face, his calloused thumb brushing gently against her cheek, and she felt the slight tremor in his touch, the emotion he couldn't quite contain. The sun came out from behind a cloud, painting them both in golden light, and somewhere in the valley below, a church bell rang the hour, its sound carrying clear and true across the fields. Rose closed her eyes and let herself believe that this was real. When they finally pulled apart, Marlin rested his forehead against hers, his breath warm on her face. I've wanted to do that for years, he murmured. Only years? Rose laughed softly. I've been wanting it longer than that. He pulled back to look at her, his eyes crinkling with happiness. Then we have a lot of time to make up for. We do. Rose reached up and touched his face, marveling at the fact that she was allowed to do this now. That he was hers, and she was his, and all the waiting was finally over. That she was loved. That she had always been loved. That Henry's prayer had been answered after all. Miles away, in his workshop, Henry Wagler was measuring cedar boards. He worked slowly, the way he always did, laying each plank across the sawhorses, running the measuring tape from end to end, marking the cut lines with a carpenter's pencil worn down to a stub. The cedar was fresh, pale gold where the saw had opened it, and the smell filled the workshop like something alive. Sawdust drifted in the slanting light from the window. The only sounds were the scratch of his pencil, the soft rasp of his palm against the grain, and the steady tick of the workshop clock on its nail above the door. He measured a second board. Laid it beside the first. Compared the grain, the color, and the way the wood would join when fitted together. A hope chest was not complicated work. It was simple joinery, dovetails, and rabbets, and a lid that sat true on its hinges. But simple work done well required attention, and Henry gave it all of his. He was marking the third board when a shadow fell across the doorway. Esther Yoder stood there, her hands clasped in front of her, her face still and careful. Henry glanced up. He didn't stop working. He set the pencil against the wood and drew another line, straight and precise. Esther watched him. She didn't speak. Didn't come in. Just stood in the doorway with the afternoon light behind her and watched an old man measure cedar for a hope chest, and something in her face shifted. Not much. Esther Yoder did not shift much. But enough that, when Henry looked up again, he saw what he'd been waiting to see. A question. Unspoken. Fragile as the first green shoot after a long frost. Henry held her gaze for a moment. Then he nodded, once, and went back to his measuring. The cedar was gut wood. Patient wood. The kind that held its shape through years and weather and the weight of everything a woman might place inside it. He had time. And the boards were waiting. And somewhere across the valley, a woman named Rose was standing in the golden evening light, holding hands with the man she loved, finally believing she was worth choosing. Henry marked another line and reached for the next plank. Thank you for listening and spending time with these characters. If you'd like more free audiobooks like this one, you can subscribe to the Indiana Wake and Friends YouTube channel and come along for the next story.